our comments will be a bit later. Starting with the Commissioner's Office, can the representative stand and give an account for your cohort? Thank you so much. Force Development and Logistics, can the representative stand quickly and give an account? Ports Division, Ports. All right, I guess they're on the way. So I'm going to tap into Area 5, St. Thomas Division. Go ahead. Go ahead, St. Thomas. All persons are present? Okay, thank you so much. Welcome. St. Catherine South. Can the rep quickly stand? Thank you. Thank you so much. St. Catherine North. Good morning. Thank you and welcome. All right, St. Catherine, St. Andrew North Division. St. Andrew North, go ahead. Thank you so much. Kingston East Division. Kingston East Division, go ahead. Go ahead. All right, thank you so much. Kingston West. Hold on for me. Can you just project your voice for the stenographer so he can capture the correct information? Madam from Kingston East, Miss Lewis, can you just rise and repeat your regulation number, full name and rank? Awesome, thank you. Kingston Western Division. Thank you. Kingston Central Division. Kingston Central Division. Go ahead, sir. Thank you so much. St. Andrew South Division. Mr. Ennis, can you just repeat, please? We're not hearing you here. Thank you. St. Andrew South Division. You did not hear that? So he is, repeat the regulation number, Mr. Ennis. Is there a microphone on the ground there? Can just share it, please? It would be so much easier. Thank you. 8041, Corporal Lance Ennis. St. Andrews South Division, are you here? Go ahead, sir. Thank you so much and welcome. CIB Ops. CIB Ops. Go ahead, madam. Thank you so much. Narcotics Division. Miss Bowie, I'm going to ask you to repeat. Awesome. Thank you and welcome. Clarendon Division. Clarendon Division. Go ahead. Thank you so much and welcome. Manchester Division. Thank you so much. St. Elizabeth. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. St. James Division.
Pleasant morning. Number 17141, Woman Corporal Olivia Watson. 21 from the St. James Division. 19 present with 1 sergeant and 1 corporal. Unavoidable will not be at conference this year. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome. Trelawney Division. Trelawney. Good morning. Okay, noted. Miss Patterson, can you repeat, please? Can't she have a mic or something? Nadish, okay, she got a mic. Awesome.
All right, I'm number 15173, Detective Sergeant Nadisha Pattison. 8 present, 1 on way, and 1 will not be at conference this year.
Thank you so much. Portland Division. Yes. Thank you. St. Mary Division.
She good.
Okay, thank you so much. St. Anne Division. Thank you so much. Operations Branch. Awesome. I wonder if I leave out anyone. You know, I love how you guys are alert because I know that you wake very early, so I have to give a little test every now and then. Thank you so much. St. Andrews Central Division.
Number 1636, Sergeant J. Blair, 13 present, 1 is excused until tomorrow.
Awesome, awesome. Hanover Division. Thank you so much. Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement Branch.
Good morning.
Morning.
9867, Woman Sergeant S. Chambers. Of the 18 delegates, 14 present, 4 on way.
Awesome, thank you. NPCJ, National Police College of Jamaica.
Good morning. I am number 14528, Woman Sergeant Charmaine Hassock. 11 delegates present, 7 on way.
Thank you. I think I've come to the end of the road. I said ports already. All right, ports, go ahead. Thank you so much. Westmoreland, where are you? Westmoreland on way? Okay, go ahead. She has a mic down there. Can you repeat your regulation number? Thank you so much. All right, thank you all. It's Monique. All right, thank you. You're very alert. Just hold on. Westmoreland, can you give her a mic for me, please? We're not hearing her so clearly.
Number 15791, Corporal Monique Leslie Hamilton. 10 present, 2 on way.
Thank you so much. Protective Services Division. Okay, thank you so much. I guess all the divisions have been accounted for. I guess all the divisions have been accounted for. Mr. Wisdom, I was watching you down there to see if you were awake or you're very, very much asleep. Go ahead, sir. You're acknowledged. Thank you so much. Mr. Wisdom, I think you should use the microphone, please.
Thank check. My check. All right, good morning again. Number 13892, the name is Shamal Jordan Wisdom. 10 delegates of the Specialized Operations Branch are present and accounted for.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the Central Committee of the Jamaica Police Federation, I now call the Security Intelligence Branch to account. Go ahead, Mr. Turner. All right, thank you so much. All right, so this is the nice part, where I invite you all to give yourself a round of applause for being at this 80th annual Joint Central Conferences. All right, that applause kind of sound weak, but when I come back to the podium, we'll have a discussion. Chairman, I now hand over to you.
Thank you, Madam General Secretary. At this time, I'm going to invite a motion for our moderator to be facilitated to chair the proceedings for the day. I'm inviting a motion at this time. Thank you, Madam Stewart. May I have a seconder? Thanks, Madam Watson. Are there any other motion? Are there any other motion? Are there any other motion? There be no other motion, the motion carries. Let me take the opportunity to welcome our moderator for today's proceedings, Mr. Markland Edwards. The podium is all yours, sir. No. At this time, we have devotion that was scheduled. We are going to move quickly ahead with the devotional exercise. Chief Chaplain, could you make your way?
Good morning, everybody. You wake up. Anybody here to praise the Lord? Come on, man. Anybody here to praise the Lord? We have made it to 80 years, so we can give God thanks. Amen. Somebody say hallelujah. Somebody say praise the Lord. Somebody say thank you, Jesus. So our first song this morning is Lord, I lift your name on high. Everybody, turn up the music, sing now. Say, Lord, I lift your name on high. Let me see those hands. Come on. Lord, I love to sing your praises. So glad, I'm so glad you're in my life. I'm so glad you came to save. From the cross to the grave, from the grave to the skies, Lord, I lift your name on high. Let me see somebody wave like this all over this building. Say, Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing, yeah. Lord, I love to sing your praise. So very glad you are. I'm so glad you're in my life. Everybody sing. I'm so glad you came to save. You came from heaven to earth to show the way. From the earth to the cross, my death you paid up. From the cross to the grave, from the grave to the skies, Lord, I lift your name on. Can we do it one more time? You came from heaven to earth to show the way. From the earth to the cross, my death you paid up. From the cross to the grave, from the grave to the skies, Lord, I say, Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I lift your name on high. He's worthy to be praised. Come on, somebody put your hand. Anybody know for scare? We're going to give a little praise in our scare. We can do that. Come on, man. Somebody know, not young like me, you know. But we're going to give him praise right now because he's worthy to be praised. And his name is sweet, sweet Jesus. Say, sweet Jesus. What a wonder you are. You are. Oh, yes, Lord. And you are fairer, much fairer than the lily that goes by the way. And you are precious, more precious than. Let me see those hands now. Say, sweet Jesus, sweet Jesus. What a wonder you are. You are brighter than the morning. Oh, yes, Lord. And you are fairer, much fairer than the lily that goes by the way. And you are precious, more precious than gold. How many know this one? Listen. Oh, tell me who made the angels sing, and tell me who made the joy bell. Tell me who is the King of Kings. Somebody say, nobody but man. Oh, yes, and yes, he made the earth, he made the sea and land and passing them with his mighty hands under his control. Somebody say that nobody but man. Tell me who made the the angels sing and tell me who made the joy bell ring and tell me who is the King of Kings. Oh yes and yes, he made the earth, he made the sea and fasten them to with his mighty hands. Under his control we move at his command, and nobody but mine. Tell me who made the angels sing and tell me who made the joy bell ring and tell me who is the King of Kings. Listen, listen. I love that man from Galilee. For he has done so very much for me. Anybody can tell me he has taken all my sins and let the Holy Ghost come in. I love that man. Anybody love him? Let me see you go so right now. Say, I love that man from Galilee. For I love it. Come on, somebody declare. Say, he has taken all my sins and let the Holy Ghost come in. I love that man. Right now, I want you to say to your neighbor, give me a little space, neighbor. Listen, I feel like running. Say, I'm skipping. Praise the Lord for what he has done for me. He has set my, come on somebody, say, I feel like, for what he has done. Can we do it one more time? Somebody just say, hey, I feel like, for what, oh yes, he has. Say, I feel it in my, yes, Lord, for what he has done for. Put your hands together, everybody clap, for what he has done for me. He has set my spirit, Lord, I feel it. Yes, I feel it. Somebody say hallelujah. Somebody say glory. So, don't sit down, don't sit down yet. We have one more prayer. Because God made me wake up early this morning to come all the way to Chilani to tell somebody that we serve an awesome God. If you believe he's awesome right now, somebody say thank you, Jesus. My God is awesome, and he can keep me in the valley. He hides me from the rain. My God is awesome. He heals me when somebody say strength. Forever he will reign. Let me see the people of God go so. My God is awesome, and he can keep me in the valley. He hides me from the rain. My God is awesome. He heals me when somebody say strength. Forever. Let me hear the saints of God declare all over. My God is awesome. Say, he is. Yes, you are God. Everybody say, oh, say, my God is. What an awesome God you are. What a mighty God you are. What a great big God you are. Come on, raise those hands. My God is awesome. The Savior of the whole world. Giver. Come on, declare. By his stripes I am healed. My God is awesome. Today I am. So Somebody says grace. Somebody just praises. Let me hear all of the police in this place say, my God is. What an awesome God we serve. What a mighty God we serve. What a great big God we serve. Can we declare now? Say he's a mighty. Say he's a mighty. He's a mighty. He's mighty. Somebody say, yes, you are God. Come on, let me see the saints go. So say that he's holy. He's holy. He's holy. He's holy. Somebody say, yes, you are God. Can we blow up this roof? Let me blow it up. Say, he's great. He's great. He's great. He's great. Come on and sing it now. What an awesome God we serve. Can I talk to you? Listen. Deliverer. 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 My God is. Say, I've never seen the righteous forsaken or seen provider, provider, provider. Yes, my God is. Everybody lift your hands. Listen, the angel of the Lord encamp. Protector, protector, protector. Yes, my God is. Everybody lift your hands. My God is awesome, and he can keep me, hide me from the rain. My God is awesome. He heals me when somebody says strength. Everybody praise his holy name.
Wow. Wasn't that inspiring? Our devotional thought, our brief devotional thought will come to us from Reverend Lethan Kerr. He's a volunteer police chaplain assigned to the Police Federation. And after he's through, then Carrie Sales will come back to bless our hearts again. And then I'll come back, do the benediction, and we continue with the day's program.
Somebody bless the name of the Lord. May I say, all protocol observe. Somebody give God a praise. Are you happy to be alive this morning? Let everything that have breath bless the name of the Lord. I know that at this time there are many persons that are going through tribulations and problems and situations. But I just want to charge you this morning to be courageous and to be strong. I want to read to you just briefly from Romans chapter 5, from verse 3 to about 6. And not only so, but we glory in tribulation, also know it that tribulation worketh patience. Patience, experience, hope. And hope maketh not ashamed, because the love of God shed abroad in our hearts by the Holy Ghost. From the book and Messages by T.D. Jakes Crush, I want to just briefly say to all of us who are here that many times we face situation, we feel that this situation is the end of life. tribulation is the end of all our existence. But I want to let you understand, in tribulation, there are many lessons to learn. And I want to let you understand that though you are facing tribulations, there are many lessons you ought to learn. I want to use the fruit grape. And all of you love wines, don't it? Huh? Do you love wine? All right. But that grape, that seed grape, until it put through a process, it does not become wine. It has to be what? Crushed. It has to be pounded. And one other thing I noticed that in the original way of making wine, they used to put it into an area and they would have trampled upon them. It's not now that they put it through the machine and the machine crush it. And that's sometimes how we feel as we go through life. And especially those of you who are in the police force. Because I do know, sometimes you feel crushed. And of course, you're going through this crushing. The foot is on you and they're trampling upon you, but still keep your composure. Because that's not the end of it all. Then they're going to extract those juice, strain it, and put it into a barrel. And sometimes you feel that you're clustered. Feel like you're in a barrel. Feel that you can't get what you ought to get. Can't feel what you're supposed to be feeling. But stay the course. Because out of that process, they're going to take you from that barrel. Test the quality after fermentation. And after fermentations, and they test it, the blender will come together and blend it. And out of that blending, out of that crushing, out of that trampling, out of that situation where you're placed in the barrel, now you're battled and you're sent to the commissioner's office. You're sent to the king's palace. You're now being a part of the quality that you didn't see exist before. What am I saying to you? If you stay in this little gray position, wasn't crushed, didn't go through the mill, you would not able to be sent overseas as a wonderful liquor. Perhaps in the story, in Jesus' first miracle of making the wine, the water into wine, they said the best is left for the last. I want to say to you, though you're going through your tribulations, though you're going through your frustration, though you're going through your crushing, though you're going through your pain and your suffering, and many of you are going through it. You're here this morning, you're smiling, but you would have been saying to me, sir, I'm taking Kinteet for the heartburn. Many of you would be here telling me, sir, I'm dressed. But just look at me, you wouldn't understand what I'm facing. The difficulties, both in the force, both at family, and both in the nation. But as police, I charge you to remember that your testing that you're going through is not there to kill you. It's for you to learn the lesson. Listen what Paul says as I bring this to a close. Paul says, and not only so, but I glory in tribulation. In tribulation, you glory. Knowing that tribulation worketh patient. You want patient? And some of you don't have any. You got to go through some stuff to get patient. And then he said, patience teaches experience. You ever hear some people say, I've been there and done that? Many persons can tell you that because of what? They have gone through it. They have gone through the testing, learned the patience, now have the experience. And he says, not that patience teaches experience, but experience brings hope. And many of you here today is because of hope. It's not because of anything else. I just hope that something will be said. Something will be done. Something will lift me from where I am. So I charge you today, in spite of what you're going through, in spite of all the testing and the hurt and the trampling and the undermining and the disrespect or the other things that they have done you, husband have done you, wife have done you, and all that is happening around you, hold on. Hold on. For the writer said, the hotter the battle, the sweeter the victory. Now I want to let you understand that you will have the victory because you have been through the test. You have gone through the muddy water, and now you have come out as pure gold. So I charge you this morning, go through it and let the God of heaven guide you as you go through this test. God bless you in Jesus' name.
So many times I've questioned certain circumstances, things I could not understand. Many times in trials, weakness blurs my vision. My frustration, it gets so out of hand. But it's then I am reminded I've never been forsaken, never had to stand one test alone. And as I look at all my victories, God, Spirit rises up in me. It's up through the fire, my weakness is made strong. And He never promised that your cross will not be heavy or your hills will not be hard to climb. So hard He never offered a victory without fight. Even He said help will always come in time. Just remember where you're standing, in the valley of decision. just hold on. Our Lord will show up, and He will take you through your fires again. I know within myself that I would surely perish, but if I trust the mighty hands of God, He'll shield the flames again, again. He never promised that your cross will not be heavy, or the hills will not be so hard to climb, so hard, and He never offered a victory without fight. Even He said help will always come in time. Just remember where you're standing, in the valley of decisions, and the adversary says give in, and just hold on. Our Lord will show up, and He will take you through your fires again. So just hold on, and He will take you through your fires again.
Let us pray. Eternal Father, thank you for the charge we have received today. Though we are down, we are not out. Though we may be crushed, we will only develop patience and experience. So out of all of this, can become fine wine, can become what is tried. So Lord, give this conference into your hands now. I ask your blessings upon the executive members, upon the delegates present, and upon the guests that are present. Your grace and strength be upon us. In Jesus' name we pray.
At this time, I'm going to invite our General Secretary, Corporal Arlene, to introduce our moderator. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I greet you all with love, with great joy and happiness. Good morning, delegates. Good morning, specially invited guests. Good morning. Boy, that sounds very weak. I've been tasked by the Central Executive of the Police Federation to do the welcome and introduce the guest speaker. But I love to start with my favorite scripture, and I will never leave it alone. Philippians 4:6-7. I think it is a recurring decimal in your mind. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything with prior petition and thanksgiving, make your request be known to God. And the peace that surpasses all understanding will guard your hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. Today is no ordinary day. It's a new era in the life of the Police Federation, a journey of transformation that we must embrace. And as I pause to recognize the theme, focused together, one path, one goal through excellence and commitment, it is very vivid in my mind, and I have absolutely no doubt in your mind that we have to stay together even if there are differences of opinion, we have to stay together because the path belongs to us. The Federation, the JCF, the goal belongs to us as law enforcement practitioners. And so, I encourage you, do not only speak this theme, but let it resonate today and tomorrow and for a lifetime. I take great pleasure in doing the welcome on behalf of the Central Committee of the Police Federation. And I ask for your participation respectfully. I want some nice round of applause. I want to big up each other. I want to appreciate those who are here, not only at the head table, but the specially invited guests, and appreciate yourself for your presence here, because the presence of the Lord allows your presence to be here. So it's a gift, all right? I now start with the first welcome, and of course, our very own Minister of National Security, Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, Deputy Prime Minister of Jamaica and Minister of National Security. Sir, for those who don't know you, please stand and give him that great round of applause. Welcome to our 80th Annual Joint Central Conferences, sir. Senator Peter Bunting, opposition spokesperson on national security. Sir, can you stand and be acknowledged? Thank you. Moving along. And you know, I'm going to ask the fact that we are off to a late start. The fact that we are off to a late start, I would want you not only to participate, but be very cooperative with me as I go along, because the list is very long, all right? Agree with me? Ready to participate? Awesome, awesome. All right, so we have, I would say, a rose has been added to the garden of national security. Please help me welcome Ambassador Alison Stone-Roof, new permanent secretary in the Ministry of National Security. Madam, can you stand and be acknowledged? Thank you so much and welcome, ma'am. And I take great honor in recognizing this particular person. And why I take great pleasure, the Central Committee take great pleasure in recognizing this particular person, because him say police must win. Major General Anthony Anderson, Commissioner of Police, can you stand and be acknowledged, Chief? And you know, sir, I don't want you to sit yet. I noticed you did something very, very catchy, and you show us a sign. You know, sir, many persons are here who have taken the whole infant school, prep school thing where the teacher said, clasp your hands and close your eyes. And sir, knowing you, I have absolutely no doubt. You know that some of us are clasping our hands and closing our eyes, especially those who have sat the exam. And I know when they open their eyes, Commissioner, what will happen? All right, moving along. Welcome, sir. Our guest speaker, I must recognize him. He is one of the legal luminaries of all times, and he's no other than the Honorable Mr. Justice Brian Sykes, Chief Justice of Jamaica. Thank you so much. Moving right along. We are now going to tap into, I don't know if the round of applause is going to get better, but let us see what's going to happen. Mr. Richard Stewart, Administrator, Chief Administrator for the JCF. Sir, as you stand, just remove that mask and give a wave. Awesome. Welcome, sir. Welcome. And let me acknowledge Assistant Commissioner Andrew Lewis in his absence, sir. Let him know that he was acknowledged also. Put your hands together for Assistant Commissioner Andrew Lewis. And the highest rank female in the Jamaica Constabulary Force is here with us. How blessed are we? Miss Karina Wood, Assistant Commissioner and JCF Staff Officer. Madam, that was a quick stance. I don't see you so well. Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. So everybody knows about traffic regulation and who is out there in the streets. But let me just quickly recognize Mr. Gary Mackenzie, Assistant Commissioner of Police in charge of the Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement Branch. I will pause and acknowledge, of course, Mr. Calvin Allen, Assistant Commissioner of Police in charge of Area 2 and the trustee for the JCF Welfare Fund. Awesome. Welcome, sir. Mr. Wayne Cameron, Senior Superintendent of Police in charge of ports, and he's the chairman of the Police Officers Association. One of our brothers and sisters over there in representation. Our brother is here. Our sister is Miss Mildred Jones. She's the Senior Superintendent and the General Secretary for the Police Officers Association. Mr. Christopher Phillips has many hats. He's the chief in charge of the St. Catherine South Division. Sir, that's a quick stance. You can wave again for those who don't know you. Thank you so much. Also a part of the POA and the management committee of the Welfare Fund. Awesome. Now I always introduce this particular person as the person who seeks to be in a little competition with the gap. Because I have a gap, he has a gap, but he is the greatest gap in the JCF. Mr. David White, former chairman, former general secretary, he's a superintendent, and he's a part of the Police Officers Association. Make him welcome. I take great pleasure in recognizing Superintendent Tanisha Ellison, Staff Officer to the Commissioner of Police. Madam, can you stand and be acknowledged? Thank you. We are in the territory of Trelawney. And I recognize Mr. Winston Milton, Superintendent of Police. What a prediction. Stand up, Mr. Milton, and be recognized. What a prophetic prediction. Welcome, sir, and thank you for hosting us in this beautiful parish as well. I will not call nickname, but I will recognize Mr. Raymond Wilson, former chairman, former everything for the Federation, and now the welfare officer for the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Raymond, can you stand and be acknowledged? Awesome, awesome. Pastor Budu, Gary Fletcher. Chief Chaplain, I want them to see you one more time. I think up here the light was too bright. Ah, wonderful. Welcome, sir. Welcome. The District Constables Association, the president, the secretary, the first vice president, can you stand if you're here and just be recognized quickly? Let everyone see you. Awesome. Put your hands together for them. Well, I'm going to recognize a group of persons now, and I'm going to explain briefly about them. So these are the persons who takes on the challenges when we advocate, and they never tell you no. They try to fix it as best as possible, and I start with Miss Annette Osborne, the JCF director for the HR department. Can you stand and be recognized, madam? Thank you so much for coming. And Mrs. Dawn Gray-Taylor, she is the JCF Finance Branch Director. Please stand and be acknowledged. And it's the first time that you're going to meet a man who is behind the scenes pushing a lot of things. And his name is Mr. Devon Cahoon. He's the Chief Director of Corporate and Special Services. Mr. Cahoon, you sit too quick. Turn around, let us see you, please. This man, I tell you, he'll push a mountain and the mountain look like it never pushed at all. He makes things work. All right, keep the applause going. I know you're used to that this particular gentleman is a radio talk show host, but they call him the man in black. The greatest sociologist across the world, one of. He's no other than Dr. Orville Taylor. Thank you so much. I pause to recognize Reverend Lathan Carr and Sister Carr. Mrs. Carr, if you're here, please stand. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let me ask every single inspector in the house to stand right now. Let me see what is happening. All the inspectors. We have to salute our inspectors, and I know they will pass on the message to the others who are unable to make it. Put your hands together. You know, I want to see how this big up. Let me first big up the team, the technical team from the CCU unit of the JCF. Put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for the JPF technical team as well. Put your hands together for the media fraternity. And help me recognize Mr. Derek Lewis from Sagicor, who will be bringing greetings. Mr. Lewis, can you stand? He's right in front of you. Awesome, welcome. And Mr. Peter Thompson, who looks like a police, from JMMB Group. He will be bringing remarks on behalf of Mr. Keith Duncan. Welcome. We appreciate your presence here, and to every single delegate from across the length and breadth of Jamaica, I welcome you. Give yourselves a round of applause. You know, you don't welcome yourself in this 88th annual joint. Look here, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, delegates from across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Stand. Stand with confidence and recognize yourself, delegates from across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Come on, man. Nobody else can do it for you. Big up yourself, man. Big up yourself. Yes, clap yourselves. Awesome, awesome. Welcome. And I ask members of the Central Committee who are seated at the head table to stand. Welcome to the Central Committee of 2023-2022. And of course, 6 of us will be offering ourselves for further service. I'm not campaigning. All right. You may have a seat. Welcome. Welcome. To our sponsors, they are many. I'm going to run through quickly for the sponsors, but welcome to each and every person to this 80th annual Joint Central Conferences. We are so happy to have you here, and we sincerely wish for you a wonderful experience as we respectfully engage each others on issues. Remember, they are not personal, they are professional things that we are trying to resolve for ourselves and our colleagues who are solely dependent on us and see that leadership quality in us. I will now pause to quickly recognize our sponsors. I would not have it out with them. All right. So, Ministry of National Security. Minister, you want to stand in this gap or PS and just be recognized as one of the chief sponsors for this event? Can you stand, please? Mr. Kawoon, can you stand as well? And Commissioner? Commissioner, yes, thank you so much, sir. One of our sponsors in this whole beautiful area. Sagicor. Put your hands together for Sagicor. Put your hands together for JMMB. Put your hands together for JN. Come on. Put your hands together for the sponsors who made this event possible. They assist us. Jamaica Police Cooperative Credit Union, we're recognizing you. We're recognizing Orion Insurance Brokers, Portmore Hospital, the Live Good concept from the Ministry of National Security. They're also here thanks to Adam and Eve, GenCare, Excel, Christar Villa, and Grace. Again, I use this opportunity on behalf of every single member of the Central Committee and by extension the rank and file members to say welcome, 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 welcome a wonderful 80th annual Joint Central Conferences, and best wishes to you all. God bless you. Thank you. I am now graced with another hat to introduce this, I call him a sweetheart, a gentleman, but a radio talk show host as well, a vibes master, a man who is always trying to encourage people. Listen, he gives us peace in the midst of a storm. A man who is analytic on the radio, a man who continues to be out there in the space, loving the police, being that, citizen who is just out there giving his best as a nation builder. We take great pleasure, the Central Committee takes great pleasure to introduce the moderator for this 80th annual Joint Central Conferences under the theme Focused Together, One Path, One Goal Through Excellence and Commitment. No other than Mr. Markland Action Edwards. Put your hands together for him. One more time. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Madam Jensek. And I will accept or adapt the established protocol because there's so many names to call. But I must personally recognize my radio colleague and friend, the man who is always in black. And I stop to wonder at times if I have more than one black suit, one black shirt, one black tie, one black shoes, because he's always in the same color. And if you're wearing the same color, you don't need to have more than just one. Exactly. So Dr. Orville Taylor, good to see you, sir. And of course, the gentleman that is keeping us very safe over in Portmore, talking about SSP, Christopher Phillips. Thank you, sir. And I have a big fan in the room. I have a big fan in the room. And that's the reason I am not sweating right here and now. None other than our PS, or new PS, Ambassador. Come on, give it up for Ambassador Alison Stone Roof. Good to see you. But, I'm a church man, and you all know that. And if we're going to do the thing, we must do it right. The singing was good. The worship was good. The word was good. The prayer was good. But something is missing. So I'm going to ask, because I realize everything we do in this place, we ask for a motion. So I need to pass a motion so we can collect the offering. You can't have church and don't collect offering, so Chairman. That's very important to know. 2 books run the church. 2. The Holy Book and the Pocket Book. You preach from one, you pay the bills from the other. You pay the pastor from the other. But, it is the 80th Annual Joint Central Conference of the Jamaica Police Federation. And it's a pleasure of mine to be here because of COVID. I wasn't here a few years ago. But I'm so glad that COVID is over. And all my friends from the Federation realize that they need to call me back. So White, good to see you. Sir Morrison, good to see you. And I'm happy that the GenSec reached out and said, yes, man, come back and be a part of us this year. Because COVID did us some injustice during that period. Even church, we used to go online. But I want to go back online because since COVID finished, I went back to church and a few things happened. And one I'm very happy about, because when I went back, PS, I come from a very touchy-feely church. Everything we touch and we agree. And when Bishop gets into his thing, he will tell you to touch your neighbor. You know them kind of preachers. You know them, right? Touch your neighbor and say, neighbor. You're not talking to me. I don't work up in a man. Touch your neighbor and say, neighbor. Jesus paid it all. I was so happy when he said that. Because when I touched my neighbor and looked at my neighbor, that was my landlord. So, I pay no more rent. All right? And it was so good that Sunday morning, Honorable Minister, that I went back in the evening. And the same bishop was at it. And he kept on preaching on. And I know he's going to get there. So he said, touch your neighbor. I said, neighbor. Come on, my neighbor. It ain't over. You know who I was sitting beside that time? My ex. So when you go to church, be careful as to who you sit beside. You understand me? It could be a landlord, could be your ex, and it could be somebody that you can't trust. Why I say that? When you go to church, listen for those who are speaking in tongues. Listen. Because there are certain things that they will say, but they won't say it in English. And you must be in the spirit to pick it up and know what they're really saying. So when you go to church and you hear you know what that mean? You know what that mean? You know what that mean? There's a thief sitting beside you. So my brothers and sisters, if you hear rubber, hold on to your pocketbook. Hold on to your purses. Because the person sitting beside you might just be a... All right, you said it, not me. But of course, as we're here this morning to focus together, one path, one goal to excellence and commitment. We will be hearing remarks from sponsors. We have a keynote address. And of course, other things will be done throughout the course of the 2 days. And I know tomorrow is the big day for the delegates. Am I right? Yes, man. Tomorrow is when we will get together one more time and do all that is to be done. But of course, there are those who have served the force and they're not able to be with us this morning. They're not able to share in this, the 80th annual joint conference of this noble institution. We're talking about one that is serving the protectors. You protect us morning, noon, and night. They are the heroes. They're those who risk their lives every day to protect our world and make it a better place. The police officers. And at this time, we invite Dr. Gary Boudou Fletcher, Force Chaplain, to come at this time as we do a tribute to our fallen police officers. Put your hands together and make him welcome.
So at this time, we go into the act of memorial. Officers. We light the candles in memory of 50 of our officers who have passed from May 1, 2022 to yesterday, the 29th of May, 2023. these roses that have been placed on the table represent our 50 members who have passed. Some, of course, would have died naturally, and some who have died in the line of duty. Today, we pause in memory of 50 of our colleagues who left our company from May 1, 2022 to May 29, yesterday, 2023. It is their inspiring stories of selfless acts of kindness and bravery that mark our celebration as we remember their dedicated service to nation building. We give thanks to God and pay tribute to each family whose son, daughter, cousin, aunt, uncle, parent, grandparent, or step-parent answered the call to serve, protect, and reassure. The Lord gave, the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. At this time, we turn our attention to the monitors as we join in the act of memorial of our members who have died while serving and others in the line of duty from May 1, 2022, May 29, 2023.
If you give a little more than you take, and if you try to fix more than you break, if you're the kind who takes the time to help a stranger in the rain, there's a place for people like you. If you stand up for those down on their knees and lend a voice to those who cannot speak, if you shine a little light, give sight to the ones who've lost their way, there's a place for people like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you. If you walk around with your heart on your sleeve, and if you're trying to be the change you want to see, if you lay down your life for love so someone could be saved, there's a place for people like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you. People like I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you. I know you're out there, so keep doing what you do, 'cause there's a place up there for people like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you. If you walk around with your heart on your sleeve, and if you're trying to be the change you want to see, if you lay down your life for love so someone could be saved, there's a place for people like you. I to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you. I know you're out there, so keep doing what you do. 'Cause there's a place up there for people like you. Out of many, one people we are.
Invite the audience to stand as we observe moment silence, after which we will have the last post. Moment silence now everywhere. Last post. At attention everywhere. Please be seated. They shall not grow old, is we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. We will remember them.
Thank you, Dr. Gary Badu Fletcher, Force Chaplain, as we pay our respects to those who have served the Jamaica Constabulary Force. We also want to recognize the arrival and presence of our guest speaker, the Honorable Mr. Justice Brian Sykes, OJCD Chief Justice of Jamaica. Put your hands together as we make him welcome at this time. And you know what? The life of a police officer is a very risky one. The job of a police officer is very risky. We go out not sure when and if we're really coming back home to our family and friends. So the fact that we're here celebrating the 80th the annual joint conference, I want you to reach over to somebody beside you, behind you. Don't say neighbor. We're not going to say neighbor. But just reach over to somebody and just tell them, good to see you. Come on, come on. It could be your second to last time, could be your last time. Come on, reach over to somebody behind you, beside you. Yes, man. Yeah, man. I don't see somebody move. Some of you not moving at all, you know. Yes, man. Lighten up the room, man. Too much crying a while ago. And we understand we lose our loved ones. But just reach over and tell somebody, good to see you. Yes, 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 yes. And I know some of you are very happy to be here since last night. Let me see all the police officers, the hands of all the police officers. Let me see the hands on, come on, show me on, man. Police officers who have been drinking from last night. Yes, man. I'm talking about juice and water, of course. You have to stay hydrated, you know. So having some juice and water is always good. I noticed when the Reverend asked earlier on, those who drink wine, People never raise their hand. But Rev, next time you're addressing the police officers, you must ask for those who are in the spirit. You'll get a different response. I guarantee you, because we don't do much wine, but we tend to be in the spirit, even when we're not in church. Don't it, officers? Yes, man. Even Dr. Badu says yes a while ago. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, an event of this magnitude would not be possible without the support of our kind sponsors. And we have quite a bit of sponsors this morning being with us. But at this time, we're going to be, to bring us greetings, we invite, and they'll come in this order, Mr. Keith Duncan representing JMB, followed by Mr. Patel James from the Jamaica National Bank. So put your hands together as we invite Mr. Keith Duncan at this time, followed by Mr. James. Okay. Sir Peter Thompson is representing Mr. Duncan at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I must confess, I feel welcomed. When I look around, look at the faces, I realize I look just like you guys. So now I understand why Keith asked me to represent. Mr. Moderator, Corporal Royan James, Chairman of the Jamaica Police Federation, the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Natural Security, the Honorable Mr. Brian Sykes, Chief Justice, Senator Peter Bountin, Opposition Spokesman on National Security, Major General Anthony Anderson, Commissioner of Police, special invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Thompson, and I'm the Group Chief Client Investment Officer at JMB, representing Keith Duncan. It is my pleasure to represent JMB Group here today at the Jamaica Police Federation's 80th Annual Central Conference. This represents an occasion in which the meeting of the minds to strategize, plan, and execute the way forward. Your membership and address all of the critical matters that are facing you today. Crime reduction and a lawful society in which citizens feel safe are a critical part of transforming communities and our country. As crime impacts investment opportunities on a local and a global scale, it affects the cost of doing business and overall economic development as resources are directed away from social spending and economic activities in a society that is plagued with crime. The work of the Jamaica Constabulary Force is therefore not limited to improving the lives of communities, but is much more broad-based. It plays a vital role in economic growth. So it is with this in mind that, or against this background, that JMB is open, is welcoming, is very, very supportive of the Jamaica Constabulary Force and its members. One of the roles of the Jamaica Police Federation in advocating for the welfare of its members is to negotiate the best compensation package. Although this is critical, and at this time I'm going to write under there, it is critical. But as a financial professional, it would be remiss of me not to share a gem that from Robert Kiyosaki, businessman, author, and guru of personal finance. It's not how much money you actually make, but how much you actually keep. Keeping, you could earn $1 billion, but if you're not keeping most of that, it's worthless. So it's not how much you keep, but how hard that money works for you and how many generations after that you're able to keep it. As your financial partner, because while we're not able to go out there and fight and represent and protect, what we can do, we can form a partnership. So as your financial partner, on this occasion, we want to work together with the Federation in helping its members build wealth for themselves and leave a legacy for generations to come by partnering with you to build a solid plan as a first step. Now, while I was listening to watching the tribute, I I couldn't but notice. So of those 50 members, I can't stop thinking about their families, their loved ones, the people that they left behind, and how are they doing? Are they well off? Who is taking care of them? How are they replacing that income? So as a financial professional, that is where we come in looking after the financial well-being of our members. So on this occasion, as your financial partner, we know that as you plan any operation, you take the time to plan and assess the situation and determine the best approach that you can use to get the desired outcome. The truth is the success of your operation is largely dependent on the plans and the expertise that you bring to the table. Financial planning helps to stay on track and avoid financial pitfalls along the way to having a successful operation. Your mobilization plan determines the kind of arsenal you need, as does your financial plan. So what we're saying, let JMB help you build and create that financial plan and the corresponding arsenal of financial solutions to ensure you hit your target. In terms of protecting, I want to commend the Jamaica Police Federation for its dedication to protecting the interests of the men and women who make sacrifices daily. And, you know, if you're listening and watching news over the year, you'll know how the Federation has been out there. So including putting their lives on the line to ensure that you keep your fellow Jamaicans safe in the face of adversity. It is therefore also important to have a financial partner looking out for the best interests of you, our investors. And having your best interests at heart in order to protect and create a legacy, a financial legacy in the future. That is what JMB Group offers as a financial solution, as a financial institution that was co-founded by a little Jamaican lady who has one desire: to create a different financial institution that serves its clients and put the clients first. It has been a privilege addressing you. It has been a privilege being associated with it. Keith would want us to make sure, he was very clear. The message that we need to send to the Police Federation is that we want to partner with the Federation in assisting it building wealth, creating value, creating that legacy over time. We cannot be out there trying to defend. My frail body can hardly stop one bullet. But at a minimum, what we have is that we have the ability to create a financial plan, a solution, work with you financially to help to protect what you have and to leave that lasting legacy. So crime reduction and policing is an investment in our nation's future and our economic growth. As such, the JMB Group is happy to invest through our participation in this year's staging of the annual Central Conference. We look forward to serving and protecting you as you continue to serve and protect your fellow Jamaicans, giving invaluable service fearlessly with dedication. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And of course, you notice he mentioned that it's not how much you make, it's how much you keep. So let us hold strain and be encouraged that before we leave here, we might get some money to keep. All right? You receive it? Yes, man, you're a good church sister. Mr. Derek Lewis, Sagicor Life, Ligony Branch, will come at this time and bring us greetings. Put your hands together and receive him, please.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here this morning bringing greetings on behalf of Sagicor. And that pleasure is derived from many reasons. Yes, I want to represent my company, but I also I stand there with a feeling of nostalgia because I'm a bit overwhelmed. When we're going through the fallen officers, there have been some persons So for those of you who don't know, I would have served the JCF for 16 and a half years. And it's an overwhelming moment for me. There are persons on the screen whom I would have served with in just stay with me for a minute, please. Right. Yeah. As I said, it is indeed a pleasure for me to be here with you at your 80th Joint Central Conference. To you, the delegates who have taken the time out of your already hectic core function of policing to represent and negotiate for your colleagues within the JCF at large. Sajcor applauds you. Service above self is always an indicator of character. We at Sajcor remains committed to the partnership that we have established with you. Committed to ensuring that when you go out there and sacrifice, place your lives on the line to protect and defend this country, in sickness or death, we ensure that the income that you earn from working continues. It is an interesting time and exciting time for the Jamaica Constabulary Force. I had the privilege of being invited to the expo recently, and the modernization and digitization of the force argues well for the Jamaica Constabulary. We are heading in the right direction. As you continue to build out a force for good, as you continue to, as your motto says this morning, one path, one goal, through excellence and commitment, we at Sajcor remains committed to ensuring that you build wealth, generational wealth, that your families will depend on you if you are not able to work. They will be able to survive because there's only two sources of income: you at work and your money at work. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to wish you a very productive conference. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause. Come on, give it up for Mr. Derek Lewis, one who have served. So, of course, you can understand the moments of emotion. And ain't nothing wrong with that, you know. Many times we think that, boy, we can't cry. And we can't show our emotion, especially when you lose a loved one or loved ones who have given their lives to protecting us. while we're at home, while we're doing all other things, some other things, they are out there on the highways, on the byways, you know, protecting Jamaica, land we love. So I want to believe that we should put our hands together one more time for members of the JCF and, of course, the Federation, that is really representative body of the police officers, rank and file members of the force, ensuring that lives for us, or lives for you guys, much better as we go along. We do have some giveaways later on, so stay with me. I might be asking a particular question that the answer might be sitting right beside you, before you or behind you. So stay with us as we go throughout this 80th annual joint conference. Now, as we continue, you know, and it's a good thing that we have this conference because we have all the individuals that we need to speak to when it comes on to a better life for members of the police force. We have the Minister of National Security, we have the Commissioner, and we have the opposition spokesperson on national security. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we invite none other than Senator Peter Bunting, opposition spokesperson on national security. Make him welcome at this time, please.
Deputy Prime Minister, Chief Justice, Commissioner and High Command, representatives, new Permanent Secretary, Chairman and Executive members of the Federation, in particular the GS and former GSs, as Horace, you can know as GSs ourselves. We appreciate the work they do. Distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, I think I've attended the Police Federation conference virtually every year since 2009. Some years, like last year, I've even had to represent the Commissioner and Horace in person. I think it was COVID you had at the time or something like that. So maybe only Orville Taylor has a better, Dr. Orville Taylor has a better claim to become an honorary member of the Federation without ever having sworn an oath to the police service. So I think perhaps before I get into my text, I might need to alert the Chief Justice and the new PS that, you know, Police Federation conference is where ministers come to get the unvarnished truth. And if you can't take the heat, you better get out of the kitchen. I'm a veteran of this thing now, and you may have understood that from the welcome that I got, Markland. You were puzzled. But before I start my prepared text, I want to acknowledge two pieces of news I came across in social media overnight. The first was about the death of Constable Damian Blair, who served in Manchester at the Williamsfield and Mandeville stations while I was the MP. And you know, talking with Prince last night, he said this year the JCF lost 50 serving members who died from either natural causes or violently. And this compared with, from my recollection, about 32 or so last year. So we see an increasing trajectory. And I never fail to use this opportunity to continue my advocacy for removing the distinction between those who die in service and on duty. especially when we come to how we deal with the lump sum payment to the families of the deceased to ease the pressure that will come upon them. You know, what it shows, I mean, I don't know any other organization of this size that would lose so many members in 1 year from natural causes. And what it demonstrates once again is the exceptionally high stress that police officers work under. So I'm advocating once again to not only remove the distinction between the payments of whether the member died in service or on duty, but also to peg that lump sum payment, increase it. We want it to be at least some multiple of the PM's new salary. I want to offer my condolences to the family of Constable Blair and to the families, colleagues, and friends of all the other 50 members who we lost in the last year. Interestingly, the other news item I came across said, and this was the language I saw in the Post, promised pay rises for frontline workers will be funded by a freeze on the wages of politicians and public service senior executives. Legislation will be introduced to Parliament on Tuesday, freezing the salaries of MPs and executives and redirecting the millions of dollars in savings to nurses, paramedics, teachers, police, and other frontline workers. So I will say, boy, that is what Harris coming here today to say. But when I looked a little further along, it was actually from a newspaper in Australia. But it highlighted the differences in how they treat with these issues. So this morning, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now returning to my prepared text. I bring greetings and best wishes to the executive and members of the Police Federation on behalf of the opposition, where I currently serve as Shadow Minister of National Security. But also, you will recall that I'm a former Minister of National Security. And based on the myriad cock-ups and pussyfooting of this administration, I may even be addressing you as your future Minister of National Security. And I want to especially greet, because I want you to understand, Dr. Horace Chang is my friend. He has a difficult portfolio. So difficult that the PM says no one else wants the job, or certainly no one else in their cabinet. Minister, I know what it feels like to occupy your chair, and I'm sympathetic to you. And you know, sometimes you have to take serious thing, make joke. I remember when I was under some serious pressure, and you might remember, Queen Ifrica make a song after me, Minister. Don't Cry, Mr. Bunting. And you know, I felt I was getting special treatment because I never hear musicians or poets speak about any other minister. Until this weekend at Calabash, Commissioner, I'm sure you were there. A poet got up on the open mic and decided to make an equivalent tease of Dr. Chang that Queen Ifrica made of me. But he wrote it in the voice of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And the verse went like this. Anyway, discussion going on too long. Please stop the noise. Mine on wake up Dr. Chang. It not done, it not done. One more line. Look how him asleep in a him deep, deep peace. A dream how him a go spend him big salary increase. So Horace, we are both now in the same company. Both of us have been teased by singers and poets in the job that we keep. But ladies and gentlemen, members, the context in which the conference is being held this morning is that this very month, Federation members received short pay. The system is described as chaotic. The government talks about digitalization, yet PSD members can't even submit their timesheets electronically. They have to waste time in downtown traffic to deliver a piece of paper. Temporary allowance was promised to ensure that no one would be worse off. It has not been received, and no directive has been given by the Ministry of Finance to address it. And there is no time frame given to address these anomalies. This reclassification exercise and compensation review, presided over by the Minister of Finance and his assistant, Mr. Algorithm, it was conducted without the necessary integrity, without the necessary respect and sensitivity, and the results have been chaotic and unsatisfactory. You know, the Minister of Finance says we need these salaries because we want to attract the best and the brightest. And I have to, well, it begs the question, do we not want the best and the brightest for the police force and the teachers and the health system? A teacher posted a very emotive and passionate question when she started to reel off her masters with distinction, etc., etc., and she was getting about 30,000 a month increase. But I say the exercise was conducted without integrity because the politicians' salaries were hidden until 99% of the public servants had already settled. If it was justified, why were not the proposed settlements for all groups, including politicians, put on the table when the negotiations were taking place? I want to know if this federation would have signed for what you signed for if you had known what the cabinet ministers were getting. But you know, looking back, I don't think they hid it effectively from everyone. Because I do recall the chairman giving an interview when he made a statement to the effect that we will not accept the crumbs. We will not accept the crumbs. It's like he had an inkling, he had some insight into what was coming. But I also say that the negotiations were conducted without sufficient integrity, because when it suits the government, it will say, well, junior doctors received 200% increase. But when I spoke to a friend of mine who is a junior doctor, a specialist, not a consultant, but a specialist junior doctor, and I asked him, I said, take your pay slip before and after this exercise and tell me the difference. And when they calculated it, what is put out there as 200% is in fact, after tax, a 33% difference. 33% difference. I say it was conducted without sufficient respect and sensitivity because the tone of the negotiations was one of bullying. It was all about rushing to meet arbitrary deadlines. If you didn't sign by March, then the 12 billion we have put aside for you, you'll have to wait years for it. But money has been found in this financial year, though. I say it was without respect because it promoted misinformation within the membership and division within the leadership of the various associations representing public sector workers. The opposition People's National Party acknowledges that the rank and file members were unfairly treated in the salary review. This needs to be fixed. And if not done now, then a future PNP government will do so. In the meantime, I hope public sector negotiations do not allow the government to stop the annual increment. Because you can't give with one hand and take it away with the other. They must ensure that the overtime regime for police officers, a promise long made, be properly and effectively implemented now. The rolling in of allowances, which are tax-free, into your taxable salary necessitates an increase in the tax threshold to reverse some of the increased taxes now being paid by rank and file. The salary increases to the officer corps is welcomed, but the rank and file also need a livable wage too. For all the risks they endure, they must be fairly compensated. And, you know, this remark is especially for the new PS. Every year, over many years, hundreds of millions of dollars in appropriations in aid are returned to the finance ministry. When many police facilities are run down, even the Federation can't get back the service vehicle that was assigned to them. We have to do better than that. It's not a shortage of money. It's a determination and a passion to address the problems, particularly the welfare issues of Federation members. And I'm going to close because I don't want to exceed my time allotted. Sounds like the audience is giving me a couple more minutes. I want to close with an extract from a recent article from former Minister of Government, Ronnie Thwaites, Reverend Ronnie Thwaites. And I quote, and I hope, Minister, you share this with your colleagues. The mentality which drove the cabinet to give themselves what they think they deserve and more proves that they have no resolve for a less cruel, more equal society. Whatever their manifesto promises said. That's what the embittered voices of protest are complaining about. The demonstrations may dwindle, but the anger can't end because the injustice and contempt are so glaring. For which father or mother at a small Sunday dinner, where there is not enough for all the children to eat, nams off the lion's share of the food and leaves pity me little for the picnic them. That analogy sums up how the nation now feels about ministers when they swish past us, breaking the traffic law they enacted with sirens and outriders. As they adjourn the house after only 15 minutes, the very week they bawl how deserving that work is of the millions they are charging us. Ladies and gentlemen, there ends the morning lesson. Thank you very much for having me once again.
A round of applause for opposition spokesperson on national security, Senator Bunting. At one point, I thought I was up by Gordon House, listening to the sectoral debate. And a while ago, I said, boy, Mr. Bunting. The Honorable Minister of Finance is not here. And certain things now you would need to address that, direct that to the Minister of Finance, don't it? Oh, Mr. Chang will tell him. Oh, I see. And when he said that if you can't take the eats to the kitchen, I'm wondering how long you're to the kitchen now, sir? but we're here, and it's all about the welfare of the hardworking men and women of the JCF. And you must put your hands together for yourself because you're doing a tremendous job. Come on, give it up, give it up, give it up for yourself. You're doing a tremendous job. And I have no doubt, I have absolutely no doubt that when the Honorable Minister steps to the podium, he'll be telling you things that you need to hear and things that will ensure that when the time is right, you will do that which is right. And I'll leave it right there so. Coming to us at this time to pay recognition to those who have served with distinction is the Corporal Arlene McBean. She is the Gen Sec for the Federation, and she's coming at this time with special Federation recognition, Iconic Award for 2022-2023, Secretariat Top Performer Award, and Heroic Award. Put your hands together for her as she comes and recognize these hardworking men and women of the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
Thank you so much, Sir Edwards. Let me quickly just run through the Federation Special Recognition Award. And we'll be starting with the Iconic Award. We gave the Iconic Award to the top delegate who covers everything that is welfare oriented. And last year, I think it was Sergeant Julie Blair last year. This year, it was a unanimous decision at Central Committee, and by extension, of course, there has to be inclusion with the membership, and the Iconic Award will be done today, and it's to no other than drum roll. We don't have that feature. All right. I will roll the drum up here. Sergeant Wayne Wallace. Is he here? Sergeant Wayne Wallace. All right, so let me just give you a brief. Just stand for me, Sergeant Wayne Wallace. This is one of the persons you can always find at every funeral, moral support, visiting hospitals, ensuring that he visits the Federation office to take care of various benefits for the rank and file members. You'll see him sending messages for persons who are ill within the division. But note, Sergeant Wayne Wallace, he does not give service to only the serving member, but to those who have served. And for that, sir, on behalf of the entire rank and file population and the Jamaica Constabulary Force, we salute you as our iconic awardee for the Police Federation year 2002-2003. I don't know if there is any volunteer, a female who wants to escort him, because I see that he's a bit weak in the knees. So whichever female wants to escort him, Madame Delrose, join because he needs help. Yes, he needs that help. And I'm going to invite our Commissioner of Police to give this award to our iconic awardee, Sergeant Wayne Wallace from the Trelawney Division. And is SPs also here? SP Milton, please join in this photo moment. Thank you. Can you turn around, Mr. Wallace? Put your hands together for... Is Tanisha? Where's Tanisha? Awesome. You know, it's good to give service and service above self. And this is a true moment that we must recognize. Commissioner, don't leave us yet, sir. Minister, can you join the commissioner here, please? So this next award, I have to speak about this one. We have to recognize service delivery at its best. And whilst I acknowledge all the members of the Jamaica Police Federation Secretariat, there is a top performer. This particular top performer will go above and beyond, will seek to tell you when you say, no, it can't work, it can work. This top performer has embraced Barack Obama, former president of the United States of America concept. Yes, I can. I remember the JCF Expo when I said, leave that alone, man. She said, no. I remember the Inspector McCullough saying, see on a boot upstairs, on a boot upstairs. I mean, this person works very hard, has acted in the position as assistant office manager, has ensured that every single member from Detective Constable Murphy, Constable Marriott, Sergeant Thomas, Sergeant Duncan, Inspectors Codner and Brown, Corporal James, Arlene, every one of us, we are on our toes, reminded about tasks, and she is the person who is the administrator for the loans, scholarship, and tuition at the Police Federation. She will go above and beyond. She will go and beg for persons to get through with different things that will benefit them and their families. Ladies and gentlemen, I take great pleasure in presenting the service-oriented, welfare extraordinaire, top performer for the Police Federation year 22-2023, no other than Woman Constable Tanisha Lewis. You know, Commissioner, she assigned herself as the PA for the Police Federation. And I asked her, what PA? She said, I'm everybody's personal assistant. To keep you on your toe, you don't miss out on anything. So put your hands together for Woman Constable Tanisha Lewis. All right, Miss Lewis, don't leave out the Deputy Prime Minister of Jamaica. Your children would want to see that picture. Oh my God, you want to give me a hug. Bless you, bless you. We love and appreciate you. Mr. Wilson always tired of her reminding you of stuff, I know. All right, put your hands together. So, Minister and Commissioner, you have to stay for this one. As you know, as law enforcement officers, I heard the moderator said it. Previously, we have heard Dr. Taylor speak about it. It has been echoed across the length and breadth of Jamaica how hard it is to police Jamaica, especially with the police-citizen ratio and sometimes the abuse. No, I know you have all seen this little video swirling around social media where a female utilized non-lethal force to suppress a man who used the hands that he was born with, and sorry, he utilized it. We are going to start to recognize, whilst we can't catch everyone, but within the context of the use of force policy, yes, our colleague had that firearm to the side, but utilized non-lethal weapon through training and execution and ensured that even after that abuse and suppression, she asked the gentleman if he's okay. We are recognizing no other than Woman Constable Christina Smith from the public. Can you stand for me, please? As a police for work. Christina Smith from the Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement Division. ACP Mackenzie, you have to join in this picture, please. She is from... Oh my goodness. Let me tell you something. Every time I watch that video, I wonder what would Arlene do, but let us move on from that. Well done, our colleague. We are proud of you, and we stand with our members. The Heroic Award for 2022-2023 is presented to no other than Constable Christina Smith. Madam, you go, girl. We are proud of you. We stand with you. Thank you so much, Deputy Prime Minister of Jamaica, Commissioner, and ACP Mackenzie. Back to you, Sir Moderator.
Come on, give it up for all the awardees. Come on, come on, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up for the awardees. It's good to be a good police officer, even when nobody is looking. And of course, in this age of technology, then, you know, everything you do now will be captured and it will go viral like a disease. So next time you're out there and people doing anything, what are you going to do? No, man, you're going to ask them, are you okay? And next year when you come back here, you will get an award. All right? So that's what you're going to be doing moving forward. Just stop and ask them, are you okay? And then if they answer, then based on the answer, you do otherwise. Yeah, and I know she had other things using, but that is good. And we must commend the police officers who are doing real good across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Now, we also have some giveaways, and we also want to make mention of Island Trotters, one of our sponsors, and Live Good for one of another sponsor. We have some giveaways courtesy of Live Good. Now, do we have any husband and wife serving in the JCF? And you're here. Hold on. Let me do this another way. Because you see, in society, we have two types of married people, you know. Did you know that? There are those who are married, and then there are those who are happily married. Right? So we have serving members of the JCF who are married, happily married. And you're here with your own husband and your own wife. Where are those? Where are those couples? Where are they? Understand what you're saying? Oh my goodness. Come on out here. 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 I wish I had a roving microphone. Wish I had a roving microphone. Oh my goodness, this is awesome. This is awesome. Husband and wife. Good stuff. All right, one stand on my left, one stand on my right. Good. And let me ask, how many years of service to the JCF?
33 years.
Whoa. And sir?
34.
34. Okay, how many years of marriage?
31 years. Next month will be 32 years.
How many?
31. 31 years.
You agree? How many children?
Pardon me?
How many children?
2 children. Sorry, I didn't hear.
How many children, sir?
2.
Okay. No, you have to make sure, You have to make sure that they are saying the same thing. So 30-odd years of marriage, and how many years of service?
10.
13.
30 or 13?
13.
13. How many years of marriage?
Almost 7.
Almost. All right.
It feels like 1.
Oh, you just started, so you're on honeymoon. So that's why you're at Ocean Coral Spring Hotel. I see. We want to say congrats. How many children, by the way?
2.
I go and buy something tomorrow. I can't tell what I'm going to buy, but I'm going to buy something tomorrow. I hope Pastor not listening and watching at all. So we say congratulations. 7 years of marriage. Awesome. And 31 years and 32, going 32. And what's the division?
NPCJ.
And
Narcotics.
Narcotics, yes, and
Personnel.
Specialized operations.
all right, sounds good. So we have husband and wife serving the JCF. I was going to ask another question, but I'm not bother. You know, I'm going to ask them, how many times you tell them, you ask them, are you okay? Give it up, 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 give it up. Serving each other and serving the JCF. So once you're serving the same organization, so nobody can call and say anything which part in the front of there because police no police business. You understand me? So I don't know how you're managing, sir, but boy, you're doing a good job so far. Coming to us again to bring greetings and a short address is our GenSec. No, not our GenSec, but of course we're gonna make a switch, and for that to take place, we need to move a motion. So I'm calling on the chairman at this time. Come on, Corporal James, and move a motion so we can do accordingly.
Colleagues, in order for us to ensure that our guest speaker addresses this conference, I'm going to invite a motion from the floor for our guest speaker to address the conference before my address and the Honorable Dr. Horace Strong, our Minister of National Security. So I'm inviting a motion for our guest speaker to address the conference at this time. Thank you. May I have a seconder? Hold on. Okay. Thanks much. Thanks, Madam Tharp, anyway. So at this moment, I'm going to call up, are there any other motions? Are there any other motions? There be no other motions. The motion carries. I'm going to invite Inspector Jacqueline Brown to introduce our keynote speaker.
A very pleasant morning, everyone. Today I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our guest speaker, the Honorable Mr. Justice Brian Patrick St. George Sykes, OJ, CD, is an outstanding Jamaican jurist and public servant who has rendered committed and dedicated service to the justice system for over 30 years. He hails from the parish of Portland on the eastern side of Jamaica. Justice Sykes is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, where he pursued a Bachelor of Laws degree. That was in 1984, and a Certificate of Legal Education in 1986. He also holds a Master of Laws degree from the University of Wales, College of Cardiff, with an emphasis on intellectual property, international trade and transport, maritime law, and credit, as also security, with a dissertation on moral rights and intellectual property. And that was between the years of 1994 to 1995. In 2002, he received the Humphrey Fellowship Award from the University of Minnesota in the United States of America, with a special focus on white collar and organized crime. Chief Justice Sykes entered the legal profession in 1986, and between then and 1988, he persecuted in the resident magistrates court, now we call it the parish courts, while serving as clerk of courts. Chief Justice Sykes was invited to join the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in 1988, where he held a number of positions from Crown Counsel to Senior Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, and has also acted as Director of Public Prosecutions. While at the ODPP, he co-developed with Miss Carolyn Davey, an Australian attorney at law, the first and only program devised for financial investigators in Jamaica. And he was also one of Jamaica's representatives at the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. Also, whilst at ODPP, he established the unit that dealt with mutual legal assistance in criminal matters and money laundering. On January 7th, 2005, he was appointed as puisne judge of the Supreme Court after acting for 3 years as same. Chief Justice Sykes has articles published in West Indian Law Journal and Journal of Money Laundering Control, and has contributed chapters in 2 books, edited by Dr. Ali, Risky Business, Perspective on Corporate Misconduct, and Ethical Lawyer, A Caribbean Perspective. He has been tutor in criminal practice and procedure at the Norman Manley Law School for over 10 years, and is a certified judicial educator and certified teacher of advocacy for advocates between 0 to 5 years. He was sworn in as the 8th Chief Justice of Independent Jamaica on March 1, 2018. He's married, of course, to Dr. Antoinette Crawford Sykes, and together they have 5 children. Conference, please help me welcome Honorable Justice Brian Sykes.
Well, good morning all. Let me begin by recognizing the Minister of National Security and Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Horace Chang, the Commissioner of Police, Major Anthony Anderson, the Chairman of the Police Federation, the other distinguished members seated on the platform, other distinguished members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force seated in the audience, and I heard the reference being made to the new Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security. I have not yet met her. I assume from the references that it's a female, that's correct? Yes. So I haven't yet met her, but congratulations to her, or commiserations, I don't know which it should be, but welcome to this task that you have undertaken. It is indeed, this is one of the things about technology, it always chooses to malfunction at the wrong time. Yes, it is indeed a pleasure of mine to be here with you this morning. And I'm not sure why I was invited to address the Police Federation, but I readily accepted the invitation nonetheless. And I came in at the point where you were honoring the fallen. And then as I was looking at the
pictures, one of the officers there, Mr. Francis, was someone that I knew quite well. In fact, I didn't realize that he had passed on. It's someone that I had come to know quite well as a police officer during my career, both as a prosecutor and as a judge. And it's a reminder of the difficult and oftentimes dangerous job that you engage in as police officers on a day-to-day basis. And we thank you for your service and your commitment to excellence, even in the face of the difficulties that you face. So my commendations to you. So I was wondering what I should speak about today. And being the Chief Justice and being a judicial officer, one has to be careful in the language that you use, especially in a public forum, and especially in a forum such as this, where you will no doubt have rousing speeches. We have had one already, and rousing speeches to follow. So I suspect that I am to be the voice of calm and reason in these circumstances. And so, having said that, I'm going to be speaking about Vision 2030. The good thing about Vision 2030, when you read the document, you will see where it had bipartisan support. You see the pictures of the then Prime Minister, then Leader of the Opposition, all of them speaking glowingly about this plan. So I can't be accused of being partisan here. So it speaks about a vision for Jamaica. And in it, it speaks to the role of the judiciary. So my topic essentially is this: the role of the judiciary, what we have done, what we need to do, what you need to do, and how we can meet the Vision 2030 target in the next 7 years. This is a document put out in 2009, and it spoke about the plans that presumably both administrations would have set out as their vision for Jamaica. And before I go on, it was remiss of me not to congratulate you on the expo that was held about 2 weeks ago at the National Arena. I think it was well done, and a number of impressive things were there, so congratulations to you, and we see the transformation of the force. And that is no doubt due to a combination of the leadership of the force and, of course, the members of the force who have to support the work and the vision of those who lead. And so congratulations on that. What we have to do now is to translate what we saw there into ordinary, everyday policing on the ground. Because as I have always said, policing, like the practice of law, is a practical discipline. At the end of the day, the ideas have to be translated into policy, which are carried out in the various divisions, in the various police stations. And just one point that I have been making, but I will make it here again, not by way of criticism, but just by way of observation, that when I went out on circuits in the past, I would tend to see the senior officers more frequently. And when I say senior officers, I'm referring to superintendent, deputy superintendent of the various parishes and so on. And I have noticed that since I've became Chief Justice and been out on circuit, in recent times, I don't see them at all around the courts. You might see them at the beginning of the circuit and at the end of the circuit. And why do I make this observation? Policing is a practical discipline. And the courtroom is where your work is tested and examined. And so there's a qualitative dimension that you can't get from a report. You have to be in court from time to time to see what is happening, hear what is happening, to get a sense of what is really happening. Because you might have a police officer who does excellent work, but there's an acquittal. And you have a police officer whose work is not so excellent, but you have a conviction. So how do you determine the quality of the work? You have to be present, you have to be in court, you have to engage with the judge that comes out on circuit, and not see the judge at the beginning and at the end. A lot happens in the middle. But that said, let me get back to what I'm saying here now. So then, the plan speaks, among other things, to the reform of the justice system. That is the Vision 2030 plan. And Goal 2 indicated the desire for Jamaica to become a secure, cohesive, and just society. The plan also speaks to 2 national outcomes, 5 and 6. And these are under Goal 2, and they are security and safety, that's outcome 5, and effective governance, outcome 6. And so it also goes on to speak about efforts to modernize the justice system, the backlog of cases before the courts, resulting from, among other factors, and here I'm quoting from the document now. If you want the reference, it's page 101. From a shortage of personnel, such as judges, defense lawyers, and prosecutors, dilapidated structures, and absence of appropriate technology for recording, storing, and processing information, and so on and so forth. And it goes on to speak about the consequences of inefficiency and the contribution to, it says, corruption within law enforcement agencies, and so on. That's outcome 5. Outcome 6, where the judiciary seems to be placed. You find it at page 111. It says, governance is the exercise of power in the economic, political, and administrative management of the country's resources. And then it goes on to speak about the inefficiencies in the justice system. So while we enjoy, it is said, strong tradition, there are many challenges: increasing demands on overstretched resources, outdated technology, infrastructure inadequacies. And these and other, and this is the critical part now, lead to lengthy delays in disposing of cases and diminishing confidence in the rule of law, and a rise in dangerous social practices as vigilantism, street justice, and human rights abuses. So, that is one of the things identified by the Vision 2030 program document that needed to be addressed. And I'm going through fairly quickly because I realize that it is now 11:45. And I noted on the program that lunch was to come immediately after I spoke, but because the order was changed, I realized that we have 2 speakers after, and so the 3 of us are standing between you and lunch. So I'm going to be going through this fairly quickly. The Vision 2030 said that Jamaica will have a justice system that is available, accessible, accountable, affordable, flexible, and fair. The strategy will facilitate increasing the size capacity of the judiciary, improving the technology for timely disposal of cases, strengthen the court system, and rehabilitate the existing infrastructure. Emphasis will be placed on rebuilding trust in the justice system by building the capacity of public officers for dispensing and administering justice and facilitating a knowledge and culture within the system. So what have we done in response to that? Now, in 2019, the first ever strategic plan by the judiciary in Jamaica was launched. And I should tell you this, that judiciaries around the world really don't have strategic plans. You don't find it. Don't take it from me. You can do a Google search. If you do a Google search, you can do it every 1 or 2 months or so. And you will see that there are actually very few judiciaries around the world that actually have a strategic plan. And those that you find, you can actually count them in on one hand. Within the Caribbean region, there are only 2 courts with strategic plan, the Caribbean Court of Justice and the Jamaican Judiciary. No other court in the region has a strategic plan and executing against a plan. So that is something that is new to us. And so how have we been doing against that plan? And this is part now of accountability. And I'm sharing this with you when we talk about the accountability of the judiciary. And the judiciary has to be accountable if for no other reason than it carries out an important public function and also consumes a significant amount of public resources, whether through salaries, buildings, or whatever it may be. And so how have we been doing with our strategic plan? Dealing with the backlog of cases, dealing with efficiency or the inefficiencies within the courts. So let us look at the Court of Appeal. And so 2022 was a significant year for the Court of Appeal. And so for the first time in its known or recorded history, it achieved a clearance rate of 112%. Now, I'm not trying to turn you into statisticians, but you need to be able to appreciate the significance of the information. When we speak about clearance rate, what we are talking about is the rate at which cases are disposed of in comparison to the cases coming into the court. So when we speak of 112, it means if you go for 100, we are disposing of 12 more cases, 112 cases, than coming in. And that is how you really deal with the backlog of cases. So for the first time in the history, the Court of Appeal is actually dealing with a backlog of cases there. So it is disposing of 112 cases for every 100 cases coming in. And how has it been doing this? It has been doing this through a number of techniques. If you notice, within recent times, for those of you who go onto the website, and I urge you to go onto the website, you will see that the judgments have become shorter. Yes? That's one. You will see more oral judgments. That's two. You will see more memoranda of decisions. And so what the court is doing now is saying to itself, there are ordinary cases, not that they are unimportant, because all cases are important. There are ordinary cases that do not require long and lengthy judgments. In the ordinary run-of-the-mill cases, you can deal with those cases quickly and efficiently. And so that is what the Court of Appeal has been doing, and that is one of the reasons why its productivity has increased. And all of this without necessarily any changes in technology. Yes, the technology has been there, but the real change has been the productivity of the judges. And this is a crucial point to get, because oftentimes when we hear about backlog, we tend to think of more judges, more courtrooms, and so on. And so what the evidence is telling us, and our statistician has confirmed this, is that in Jamaica, the most significant factor that has led to the reduction in the backlog has been the productivity of judges. And this is not to say that technology is not important, but technology in and of itself does nothing. And we have had that experience in the courts. So for example, a few years ago, I think when it was the Honorable Dorothy Lightburn was Minister of Justice and Attorney General, she introduced significant technology in the courts, hardware, software, but the gains were not realized. And about 20 years before that, there was a much earlier attempt to introduce modern technology in the courts, and it didn't produce the desired results. So I have no problem with technology, but the productivity of the judges is what has made the greatest significance there. As far as the Supreme Court is concerned, while the clearance rate has improved to 74%, it is still under 100%, which really means the Supreme Court is in backlog and won't begin to clear the backlog until the clearance rate gets to 100% at least, 1-for-1, and then it has to move above. So this is, again, another accountability tool. So when you look on our reports, once you see a court, any court, where the clearance rate is under 100%, that court is in backlog. And that is how now you can know whether the court is being efficient, and importantly, whether the Chief Justice is doing his or her job. Because, one of the interesting things, within recent times, because of recent events, I promised that I would not speak about political matters, but within recent times and recent events, one hears about job descriptions, performance evaluation, and performance targets and all of those things. Those are wonderful discussions to have. But did you ever notice that there is no job description or job definition of the Chief Justice? You ever thought about that? Who knows what the Chief Justice does? How will you know whether the Chief Justice is doing a good job or a bad job? And then we had one answer here, it's the performance of the justice system. But how will you know what that performance is? Data made publicly available in a manner that persons can digest and understand. So this is part of my sharing with you now. So for the police officers in the respective divisions, how will you know whether your parish court is operating efficiently? Remember now, the clearance rate. If the clearance rate is not above 100%, you have a court that is running into backlog. And that has implications now for the management of the force. So it means police officers will be going to court more frequently than they need to. That's what that means. It means that you will have your assets, human, cars, other vehicles parked outside courtrooms and courthouses for extended periods of time, waiting to do what? Spend about 2 or 3 minutes in court. And so if you look at our recent statistics of the parish court and the Supreme Court, you will notice, particularly in the parish court, that we have developed a criteria now for the markers of an efficient court. So it's all there. So we are becoming more accountable in that regard. And it has implications for the police force and their budget. So for example, in efficiently run courts, what we call mention days, or mention date, we need to change the language. The international standard is not more than 3. So cases that are going on for 5, 10, 15 mention dates has to become a thing of the past. So what are the implications of that for you now as a police force? You do not have any remand facility outside of Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine. There's none in Western Jamaica. You keep the persons in lockups. So there's no horizon east or west of St. Andrew. There is no equivalent of the St. Catherine Adult Correctional Facility west or even east of St. Catherine unless you go to Kingston. So what this means is that when you have multiple mention dates in the Western Circuit, in the Western parishes, you are transporting prisoners 2 or 3 times a week. 2 policemen in the truck. You have the escort, that's another vehicle. That's about, what, 4 or 5 police. You have about 6 police officers driving to and fro. And when the persons come down, they spend oftentimes no more than 5 minutes in the court. That can't be the best use of resources. So you have 6 police officers, truck, tires, gas, traveling 200 miles to transport someone who appears before a judge for 5 minutes. And oftentimes when you have these unnecessary mention dates, what is it that you are being told? The statement is outstanding. The ballistic certificate hasn't come yet. Why do you need to transport somebody 200 miles to hear that? I have never understood it. I think it is unnecessary. So, the use of technology becomes critical now. And when I went to Guyana the other day, they have container courts. They converted the containers into a courtroom. And where were these containers? These containers are at major police stations and at the prisons and at the remand facilities. And I understand there's a gentleman who is into the business of making containers made to order. Not that I'm advertising for him, but I understand that they're available. And so we have acquired 2 of them for our court purposes, but I can't imagine why he wouldn't, or some other enterprising person wouldn't be able to do the same. So all that is really required is a decision. See, we have the decision makers here. To have these container courts, it is a 20-foot container, camera, internet connection, 2 seats or 3 for the persons who are going to sit, and then now for the correctional officers or the police officers to be inside there with them, depending on whether it is at a Department of Corrections facility or a police facility. And immediately, no more driving of 200 miles. to spend 5 minutes. No more allocation of 6 police officers to be going 200 miles to carry somebody who's going to spend 5 minutes. It's a waste of time and resources. So the time has come now for us as a justice system and for the GSAF to really think seriously about how we utilize public funds. Converting the container isn't very expensive. You just need electricity supply, air conditioning unit, cameras, a screen, and a microphone, and you're ready to go. And so that is where I think we need to move to, so that you do not have this waste of time and waste of resources. So back now to the mentioned dates. Why do I mention these? Because they have an impact on the efficiency of the courts. So this is what our data is telling us. Filing complete. This is now for the High Court Division of the Gun Court. And while the court has improved, we still have too many instances of adjournments because of incomplete files. Disclosure, ballistic certificate outstanding, statement outstanding, scene of crime certificate outstanding, medical certificate, accused not brought, further statement outstanding, investigating officer absent, CFCD outstanding. And many of these things now are within the control of the police. And many of these things can be transmitted via email or its equivalent. So there is no necessity for, other than getting the object to the lab. I think that's the only trip you need to make. But there's no necessity for going several times to the lab in Kingston to collect a certificate. That isn't happening anymore. Or it still happens. Still happens. There's no need for it. The law has been amended now, you know. You know, the days, you know, those of you who are in narcotics and so on, the days when you're coming to court and you used to carry out 200 bags of ganja to court, the law has been changed to eliminate that. You take the picture. Yes? And so, who needs 200 bags of ganja in court? So good. So it's good that we're having this response now. So what you're telling me now is that some of the judges are still inefficient. So that is why we need to have this kind of dialogue and discussion. So if we have judges who are still doing this, then I need to ask them, why? Why are you doing this? It's not necessary. What are you going to do with the 200 bags that you can't do with the photograph? I don't know if you want to smell it. I don't know. So it is not clear to me. So this is another waste of resources of the police now. So you're going to be going to wherever the ganja is stored, transporting it again, truck, escort, and all of that, going to the court. And when you reach to the court, what you might hear: case put off, the lawyer sick, and again, waste of resources. So in terms of becoming efficient courts, we have to reorganize our practices and our thinking to take advantage of the technology that's available. So your time is not wasted, and of course the judge's time is not wasted, and the other litigants who are waiting for the matters to be heard, their time is not wasted. And all of this can be accomplished without any significant increase in budget. So we're not talking about huge expenditures here. Internet is virtually all over the island, some places better than others, but generally speaking, most courts now have regular, relatively stable internet access. So a lot of the information that's needed for cases can be transmitted electronically. And so what will this translate into for the officers now in charge of divisions? It means when the constable tells you, boy, super, gone to court today now, and you don't see him for the rest of the day, that will come to an end. So, and there's another reason why it is going to come to an end, you know. We are going to be digitizing. And what we'll be doing is putting in an integrated electronic system. So what does that mean? And what will that mean? It means now that the days of the police officer telling the superintendent that he needs a service vehicle to drive to court, and he gets to court early and you don't see him till the afternoon, that will come to an end. Why will it come to an end? Because what we are planning to do in the justice system is going to have a portal within the police station. So all the police officer needs to do is to turn on the computer, log in, upload the statement and whatever other information, and then click send. That's it. So they don't have to leave the station anymore. And eventually, we are going to get to the point where the police officer don't even have to leave the station to give evidence. Oh yes. So when the police officer says, Superintendent, I have a case in court, the superintendent is supposed to say, so what time are you going to log on? That's all the superintendent is supposed to be saying. And you will have an appropriate facility in your police stations so the officer can go inside there, connect to the court, give his evidence, be cross-examined. So this business of driving halfway across the island to give evidence when police officers are transferred, all of those practices we are endeavoring to bring to an end as we become more efficient. So the Court of Appeal has improved. The Supreme Court has improved, but still in backlog. And there are some practices that we need to change in the Supreme Court. So let us take this case of Attorney General and Maurice Tomlinson. Here is a gentleman, and I'm not commenting on the merits of the case now. He files his claim in the Supreme Court, and my program has stopped, but I think I remember it. He files his claim in the Supreme Court, I think, in 2015. So it's sitting there. The Attorney General responds 4 years later and says, we are now going to take a preliminary point that if we are successful, it will be disposed of the case. Okay, so far so good, albeit 4 years later, bearing in mind that our time standard is 24 months. You know. So from filing to disposition is supposed to be 24 months, but we are now up to 48, and the matter hasn't been heard yet. So some other point is taken, and the case has already made its first trip to the Court of Appeal. The substantive matter hasn't been heard. The claim hasn't been heard yet. So it has made its trip to the Court of Appeal, and this is in 2023. So 8 years later, the substantive issue has not been heard. So those are things as a legal system now we have to improve upon and eliminate those things. And so what are we doing about that? It's a matter of retraining and re-education, both judges and lawyers, because we have a culture and a tradition that, whenever the case ends, it ends. And courts are not used to performance standards and performance metrics. And whenever the argument is made about judges performing according to standards, you know what the judges tend to do? Boy, cases are so complex. They are complicated. And all the reason, but the evidence is that there is nothing to suggest that the quality of justice is compromised by judges performing against a standard. There's no evidence to suggest that. And in the parish courts in particular, and so let me tell you about the parish courts. And I can declare, I won't claim that I have the statistics to every single equivalent court within the region. When I say region, Caribbean and Latin American region. But what I can tell you is that there can't be many courts where the net backlog of cases is under 2%, criminal cases. That is what has happened in our parish courts. So our parish courts now, without any significant input of technology, are the most efficient courts in this region on the criminal side and on the civil side. The international standard is your net backlog should be no more than 5%. That is what is accepted globally. Our parish courts are at 2% and below. Yes? And what has changed there? Productivity of the judges. Not the technology, the productivity of the judges. And what did the judges start to do? Insist that when the matter is set down for hearing, it is heard. Reduction of the mention dates. And, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but I will tell you nonetheless, part of accountability. This is where the courtroom utilization is just around 60 to 65%. The ideal is 100%. That our courts are supposed to be sitting for 5 hours a day, including 1 hour. You add an hour for lunch, say 6 hours. But our courts are averaging 60 to 65% per day. Translation, it means that on average, a number of our parish courts are over by 1 o'clock or shortly after 1. So the argument that you may need more courts and more judges really can't be made, not based upon the data. So if they have achieved this, sitting on average, because there are some courts that are up to 80, 90%, and obviously some would be significantly below. So if you are now down to 2% and under net backlog of cases, criminal and civil, sitting on average of 3 hours a day, where would it be if they sat for the full 5? Just think about that. And those are the kinds of improvements now that we can make within the judiciary to become more efficient and to meet the Vision 2030 targets. Now, because of 6 years of data, our time standard was 24 months in the parish courts. What does the data tell us? 70% of the cases disposed of in 12 months. So what are we planning to do at our next strategic planning session? To reduce the time. Our time standard will now come down because the data tells us that we can do that. So where we want to get to is the vast majority of our cases in the parish courts getting through for 9 months. And the more complicated ones, 15 months. So where we are heading now is that after this year, the ordinary cases like wounding and offensive weapon and small ganja possession cases and so on should not be taking longer than 9 months in any parish court in Jamaica. That is the standard that we are setting ourselves to meet the Vision 2030 target. And when we do that, we can even bring it down lower to 6 months. Why 6 months? Because that is the standard in places like Denmark and Norway and Sweden and so on. So it is not beyond us to join those countries. And so we are heading there. but you have a critical role to play in this. And this is to complete the files on time. Most of our cases do not need certificates. So this is where now the discipline now of execution, completing the statements and submitting them so that when the file comes in, it is, I would say, 90% complete. I'm aiming for 100%, but 90% complete. And so if we do that, and you help me to do that now, then we'll become more efficient. So if you have earlier completion of files, faster completion of files, mention dates of not more than 3, utilizing the effective technology, container courts, it means that that will free up the resources of the GSAF to be used in more appropriate ways, such as seeing about the welfare of members of the Federation. So that is how the judiciary, that is the judiciary's role in meeting the Vision 2030. Now, this is not to say that technology is not important. How many, well, all of you who are alive here, you're over 5 months old, you saw the videos on television in January. Traffic tickets. You didn't see them? Nobody saw them? You didn't see them? The hundreds of people lining up outside. I think it's a national disgrace. I don't know what you think, but that is my position. We shouldn't have our citizens lining up like that, even if they're among those who didn't take advantage of the many years they had to pay the ticket. The fact is, they turned up. And so as a court system, we should have been able, in the 21st century, to offer a better quality of service. So what is really needed then is digitization. You are digitizing. We have to digitize because why it is so critical, you know, you spent a lot of time and effort in it, and still doing it, investing in a new traffic system, tickets and all of the things that go along with it. But what you saw there in January was the consequence of when digital meets paper. That is what happened there, and that really shouldn't be happening. So, unless the court's digitizing them, I mean that all the work that you have put into this new trafficking system, you know, come to naught. Because with the machines that you all now have, the police can now issue more tickets in the same space of time than previously. So if you are doing that, and the courts don't become digital, what that is going to mean is that the same disorder will be replicated, because when the persons realize, oh, the courts can process the ticket, and so, all right, officer, give me the ticket. You know, so I don't see a judge till, well, probably about 2 years' time or so. So all of that has to change, and that is why we, as a court, must digitize. And so, if you're operating within an efficient space already, which we are in terms of the parish court, and you add appropriate technology properly utilized, then now the gap between offense and being held accountable closes. And that is how you go about bringing about an orderly society. You have to reduce that gap, both in terms of time, especially in terms of time. So if he offends on Monday, he's before the court, the matter should be disposed of within a matter of weeks, not months and years and so on. And so that is how you undermine the culture of impunity, and you bring about a more orderly, just, and cohesive society. So that is our role there. And so with your help and your commitment, the judiciary will meet its Vision 2030 targets under Goal 2, Outcomes 5 and 6, and together we can make Jamaica the place to live. Yet you need to complete it for me. Work
and I would add, and retire in peace. Thank you very much.
Chief Justice Brian Sykes, we're happy to have you here this morning, but we are more than happy to hear you mention the new and innovative ways and steps taken by the justice system to have cases in the courts disposed of in a timely manner through the use of technology. Vision 2030 encapsulated in the statement, a place of choice to live, work, raise family, and do business. The Jamaica Constabulary Force recently had our expo, sir, and based on that expo, we have exhibited to the world that we have already taken the steps to align with the 2030 vision target. Sir, I know time is of the essence, and we would certainly love to hear more of the new updates in the judiciary system. But I do hope we will have another forum for you to speak with us. Sir, thanks for gracing us with your presence, and indeed we are appreciative of it.
Thank you.
Give it up for the Chief Justice and that well-informed and strategic presentation. And of course, you know, we hear all over the world where we're moving towards a cashless society. Not that we won't have cash, but less of it. More thing going digital. So based on what he was saying, is that the force will also be moving towards a driverless force. Yes, man. Less driving and more logging on. But, you know, I want to caution members of the JCF when it comes down to technology. Because some of these devices, they have a mind of their own. We call them smartphones. And based on what transpired the last conference, there's a gentleman that is still living in Trelawney because of a smartphone. He's not from Trelawney. But like most of us, we're here spending a few nights. So that particular officer won't call his name. He got up at about 3 o'clock in the morning, you know, after enjoying the amenities of the hotel, the pool, the food, the drinks, everything. He got up, he was so excited. Commissioner, very excited. Started typing a message, send it to his wife. And when the wife got the message, because of these phones have a mind of their own, the message read, "I wish you were her." Now, you can just think about it as a wife, being at home, and your phone go off, bing, message from your husband at 3 o'clock in the morning. "I wish you were her." You know he's still living in Trelawney? And he's from the other side of Jamaica. So before you press send, I know the Chief Justice say you must just press send. Double check the spelling, because one missing E. Because what he wanted to say was, I wish you were here. Because some of you don't get it yet, you know, because they still have this thing about driving on your mind. So ensure that you check spell before you press send. Let me tell you the names of all the hard-working rank and file members of the JCF, just because I know not everybody in here are officers, but let me see the hands of all the officers up in here this morning or this afternoon. Let me see the hands. I'm not afraid if you're proud members of the JCF. Show your hands, man. Let me see the hands of all the members of the JCF. All right, and you still have outstanding statements. I hope the commissioner saw those hands just now. Now we understand why the Chief Justice was saying that, hey, you know, we can't get the cases done because too many unfinished statements. So at this time, we're going to be inviting, because I know things are about to get heated up in here, and we have those who can take the heat. You understand me? One person couldn't take the heat one time. He said, Lord, send divine intervention. But we will see if those who are coming hereafter can take the heat as we invite our chairman of this noble federation to come and bring us an address, Corporal Rohan James. Put your hands together and make welcome a hard-working chairman. Come on, give it up, give it up, give it up, and make him welcome.
Thank you again, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Strength does not come from physical capacity. It comes from an indomitable will. That's the great Mahatma Gandhi. Let me, at this moment, seek to acknowledge the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Senator Peter Bunting, Opposition Spokesperson and National Security, Ambassador Alison Stone Roof, our new permanent secretary in the Ministry of National Security, and the Federation's newfound friend. We'll speak about that in a while, Madam. Our Commissioner of Police, Major General Anthony Anderson. And I must say, Commissioner, while in your absence last year, it was a matter of us being adversarial. And I'm happy to say to you today, sir, we are going to be having a conversation. Let me also acknowledge the presence of our Chief Justice, the Honorable Mr. Brian Sykes. Our Deputy Commissioners of Police, Mr. Richard Stewart and Mr. Clifford Blake. And I would not want to make any mistake this time, a double portion of recognition for you, our admin officer, Mr. Richard Stewart. I also want to acknowledge the presence of our Assistant Commissioners of Police, Mr. Wayne Cameron, the Chairman of the Police Officers Association, and Madam General Secretary, POA, the other members of the POA, members of the United District Constables Association led by First Vice President Josette Garden, Marjorie Fife, and Madame Jensek. Our media practitioners, our stakeholders, and more so, the masters, the rank and file membership. This is your 80th conference. Welcome. Good morning again. That morning sound too fenke, man. Wake up. That sounds like it. But let me also acknowledge the presence of my mentor, Dr. Orville Taylor, the unsworn officer, and my friends in the Ministry of National Security. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. It has been a torrid year, 2022-2023, for which the Federation, I believe, stood as a rock. Colleagues, I want to first start on a principled notion. And I'm happy that the Chief Justice would have spoken before me, because there is a general maxim in tort that he who expects to rely on equity must come with clean hands. And I believe this compensation review wholeheartedly has found us in a predicament, not by anyone's fault, but ours. Why do I say that? I ensured that as the leader of this federation, leading by example with a team of dedicated executive members, the information was provided to you all, but was ignored. I have always said accountability matters, and accountability first, accountability foremost. And if you cannot trust those whom you elect to give you authentic information using the paradigm shift that the Jamaica Constabulary Force has moved with, using technology and information, then we have failed our very own selves. But guess what? With a 300% increase in many areas, I'm happy that the wake-up call has been sounded. And so, it is an easy task for me to say to you, in this 80th year of our existence, using the theme that is properly crafted, and if we are going to seek excellence, it is now or never, using information, technology, and be strong as Mahatma Gandhi would have encouraged us all to do. On the 12th of January 2023, shared a typical piece of information which would enable us as a police family to have done things differently. When I say to Loop News that we are not going to take the crumbs. And I want to pause and specifically acknowledge the support, the camaraderie, and the team spirit led by no other than Senior Superintendent Wayne Cameron and his POA team and the United District Constables Association team. Colleagues, I made no apology when I said that we were a united force and that we were united for a common cause, because we believe that the Jamaica Constabulary Force wholeheartedly deserves better. We have done it and demonstrated to Jamaica that we are true professionals even without the resources and the remuneration. So when the time came for us to be properly remunerated after we were promised, then we let down our guards and fail ourselves. Because we fail to appreciate that when our Minister of Finance stands and say, if we don't sign by the 31st of March 2023, we will stand to lose. Colleagues, salaries are properties government can't take away from you. And because of that, we realize that we, in our quest, did ourselves an injustice and our family. Because as the chairman, I stood and I said to you all as members, let us move strategically to empower ourselves socially and economically and spiritually. But we are not broken, because the Minister of Finance and his team have dropped the catch and have thrown the ball right back at us. Notwithstanding, we have signed that contract stipulating terms, conditions as agreed. There are several areas of anomalies that still exist, and the Ministry of Finance has not responded appropriately to the Ministry of National Security so that the benefits so inked and agreed to in principle should be performed in the contract. It is unacceptable that almost 3 months after inking that deal, the Ministry of National Security was sent a letter regarding overtime payment on the 16th of May with errors and innuendos, and was received again after it was sent back on the 24th of May. And do you know what is fundamental in all of this? The Ministry of Finance knows that the police officers are not in a better position, but we are going to have that discussion in our private session where we'll take a position on it. I can assure you. The fact of the matter is the foot jogging by the Ministry of National Security. And I must say to you colleagues, commendations to our Minister of National Security and our Commissioner. They were playing a referee role at all times because we were not backing down. But in good faith, they stood as leaders and they defended as best as they could. But we continue to face a task that our grandparents would say, stubborn pitney are the worst to deal with. Our Minister of National Security has demonstrated to us that he is willing to assist us in all the areas. Our opposition spokesperson on national security has also lent that hand, helping hand, to ensure that inequity must not prevail and injustice must be crushed once and for all. I am going to, in no uncertain term, in this conversation that we are having, acknowledge the expo and commend exposition that was put on show to Jamaica, that we were having that conversation by the High Command and the team. Commissioner, that ISO 9001 certification and the Transformational Expo is indicative of commendations to you, as well as to say to the people of Jamaica, we are a force for good. a force for purpose, a force with will, and a force that encourages you to be partners with us, because we are indeed on a path to make Jamaica the place of choice to live, do business, and raise family. And we can retire. As the Federation's chairman, it was never about PR. We did this through the validation from people through quality service. No pun intended, Inspector Rowe. On the softer side of the transformation, within the JCF, we continue to grapple with chronic ailment that destroys not only our membership, but the family lives of many. And for that, I'm going to ask, as I go along, Commissioner and Minister, you will hear me throw some recommendations, suggestions for adoption, because I believe in 2022, 2023, we had a successful year through conversation and dialogue and frequent meetings, and I believe that we can achieve much more in 2023, 2024. So the first one, Commissioner and Minister, is that the archaic Book of Rules and Constabulary Force Act, we have to expedite the amendments to those two pieces of legislation. We cannot be moving with technology, and we are languishing behind with an archaic piece of legislation that will enable us to be continued in the victimized position as some of us continue to encounter on a day-to-day basis. Again, I also want to point out that the JCF, in its policies, cannot continue to breach the policies. Commissioner, in your absence last year, I spoke openly about it, that we continue to flout and breach our very own policies, and at times, conveniently, we hold persons accountable. I speak of accountability, and in every sense of the word, our lockup administration policy is one that I hold dear to my heart, and the committee, Commissioner, believes that this policy is one that must be upheld at all times, and administrative negligence should not afford for the police lockups to be overcrowded and for it to run down in a state, and then we seek to hold those who have no control over the aesthetics accountable. I visited a few lockups, Commissioner, and we would have had this conversation that these lockups could best be described as wanting to be it should be immediately closed, for want of a better use. And so, therefore, Minister, I'm going to urge you, having now a new productive permanent secretary in the Minister of National Security, that we would now move at fast pace to get those remand centers that we had embarked on as plans for them to be executed and built to remove all those detainees from police custody. The Commissioner would best use the men and women who are over 800 to 1,500 that are tied up at lockups, and the simple fact is that there are remandees that the court continues to remand, and they should not be in our custody. We should be tracing criminal elements out there who are raining terror on the people of Jamaica. Again, Commissioner, this one is for you. The conversation continues. The social media policies that we have in place, Commissioner, we have some of the brightest minds in this organization. And the messages and the narratives that are often sent in the public domain requires us to review our own social media policy to maximize the contents that we are sending out, and for the greater good of those persons who have the skill set, we can best utilize them at this time in the fight against crime, and to seek to leverage the support of the citizens who often doesn't understand what goes into law enforcement. Instead of sanctioning the bright minds when they fall, Commissioner, I believe the time has come for us to seriously do some introspection in relation to social media policies. Not to say that accountability doesn't matter, but to ensure at all material times we get true value for money and the citizens win. Commissioner, as we transform in this organization and the transformation continues, leadership matters. And therefore, I would also want to point the arrow straight at some senior officers and sub-officers so that they understand that transformational leadership is taking place, and they must get on board, and they cannot continue to live in the archaic mode and expect that they are going to be impacting the millennials and the general members within the JCF with the attitude and the beatitude that they now possess. They have to cultivate a mind that will send that signal from the high command and the adaptation straight down to the groundsman who will embrace that transformational leadership changes that we continue to embark on in this organization. It is not happening in every era, Commissioner. And the truth be told, because we cannot hold our superiors accountable, these things go unchecked. And we cannot allow it to continue in 2023, 2024. Training, Commissioner, is one that we are big on. And this is for you, our DCP administration. I believe that the curriculum for accreditation at the National Police College is lingering far too long. And when a member enters the National Police College and completes training, our effort at the National Police College should not be a mere certificate. We should be accredited properly. That was in train long before our tenure, long before my predecessor's tenure. And I'm sure that several chairmen led this committee in the past, to include DSP Raymond Wilson, Inspector Cecil McCullough. They would have championed the JCF in making sure the accreditation is done, and for us to be able to get those accreditations similar to that of the Jamaica Defense Force, where our membership can utilize the training and the accreditation for the greater good of their well-being when they shall have transitioned from the JCF. Also, this one again, Commissioner, regarding training. I believe that the laws of the land have been changed so consistently, but the training in relation to development and ongoing sensitization has been languishing. And I believe that similar to how we have an aesthetic for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Force being housed at the National Police College, I believe that the time has come for the JCF to put in place that amenities for us as members that we can be in the loop, similar to those in the Caribbean region. I beseech you to move speedily on this one, Commissioner. Trinidad and Tobago's platform, CBS, that platform is used to enhance members' well-being and knowledge, Commissioner, and I believe that we can move to, Commissioner, in matter of fact, there are some members within the constabulary force who has never gone on a development training. In this 21st century, we cannot allow that to continue. I must also state, Commissioner, while we are on training, that the Federation is concerned about the level of exposure of our membership to firearms training. And I believe this one, in collaboration with our minister and PS, that we can engage the Jamaica National Rifles Association Club to give our membership more exposure to firearm training and for them to be able to meet that accreditation for the Firearms Licensing Authority to be able to give them that leverage of a license. I believe the training is insufficient. The number of rounds that we are expending at the National Police College is insufficient. In this era whereas our criminal elements are traveling with no less than 100 rounds in one magazine, Commissioner, I believe that we need to get it right at this time. Get it right the first time. Health Insurance Minister and Commissioner. Over the years, Minister, since 2019, there was a promise by the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Andrew Holness, and he promised us some insurance coverage amounting to 100%, Commissioner and Minister. To date, that has not happened. Let me say, Commissioner, that if there's never a time that it requires a holistic approach to be taken to the health well-being of our membership, this morning's demonstration of us paying tributes to our fallen soldiers, there is absolutely no other organization in Jamaica that loses 50 of its members in any 1 year at the rate that the JCF is losing our members. We must put our members on solid footing that they can run to the physician, not only when they are sick, but we make it mandatory that they can go and get their regular checkups, and that they are also given the latitude to ensure that their families are taken care of. And I want for this to be extended to those who goes into retirement because the chronic ailment goes there with them. Success stories. Colleagues, I am proud to stand and to say to you today that there are myriad of success stories. Those of us who were at conference last year when I stood and I spoke out against the lack of access to our toll roads. Today I can safely report that service vehicles are able to access toll roads. Without paying from our pockets. Let me again say, service vehicles are able to access the toll roads. The marked service vehicle does not need any permission. Authorization is needed for the unmarked vehicle, so you need to make that arrangement with the officer at Ferry Police Station. The myriad of complaints that we get from members regarding not being able to access licensed firearm. We have met with the Firearms Licensing Authority, and I'm happy to report that based on the various meetings that we have, that a number of these unresolved issues have been resolved, some are being reviewed, and you will, in fact, be getting speedy updates from the Firearms Licensing Authority. Whatever the unresolved issues are, we are moving speedily in partnership to ensure that that is resolved in short order. Many members have already obtained their licenses, and the issues that were affecting them, it was made known to them, and we continue the business of conversation. The Federation also enabled a number of members to access housing from the National Housing Trust. Notwithstanding limitation from the National Housing Trust, without speaking about persons' business, a number of members are now proud homeowners. And we will continue on that path in silence. As long as we are reaping the victory, you won't hear me squeal. But if we are not getting our due benevolence, then I'm going to speak out, because I believe that our membership matters most in service to the citizens of this country. Again, colleagues, the Federation has gone digital. And in short order, you will be also able to download our app on the Apple Store. There are a number of persons who have already downloaded the app, and we will continue on this part to enable you to access all the services of the Federation and the Jamaica Constabulary Force Welfare Fund. We are proud to report to you also, notwithstanding, Madam Jensek will report to you later, that e-banking is alive and well, and that figure that we normally lose, we will now be able to make a significant saving derived from e-banking. Our involvement with the Caribbean Federation of Police Welfare Association, we have managed to collaborate with Monroe College and Walden University, where we are now in receipt of 20% discount as members state, and members can maximize that leverage to study abroad. You don't have to leave from Jamaica to enroll in any of these college or university. So I implore you to make the most of the opportunity. I also want to report to you, colleagues, that the Police Federation matter regarding our 40-hour work week case that was before the court, it is still before the court at the appeal court's level, and we are just awaiting a date for that hearing. Contrary to what most persons would have indicated while we were out there fighting for this compensation review, that it is because of a loss, let us not fool ourselves. As police officers, I am going to beseech you all not to be the bearer of confusion, not to be the bearer of misrepresentation or misinformation, but to seek to use your training and professionalism to cipher out the truth from motives and ulterior motives. Minister, I believe that this one is within your ball court, Minister. There are several members of the constabulary force who were merged from the Island Special Constabulary Force in 1997. And Minister, it is an injustice that in 1997, and in 1997, when they change over, so to speak, not merge, change over, their services, Minister, have not been linked with the service of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. And there is, in fact, a statute in place, Minister, that prohibits that. I am beseeching you at this time, Minister, that within your powers, because it was a ministerial order that was issued under the hands of a former minister, and not playing politics, Minister, it was on the other side, and we believe that you have an opportunity to fix that ill. So, Minister, an amendment to that act to provide for the merging of the service would be good at this time. Not only viable for them spiritually, mentally, but financially in their suffering. There is also, as I said, Commissioner and Minister, we are having a conversation. Madam Permanent Secretary, there are too much funding from the appropriation in aid funds that are being returned to central government's coffers, while it is that we don't have the basic amenities. We have legal fees to offset. We have various things to be done, Madam. And I'm beseeching you never to allow a dollar to go back. You have areas that you will be able to utilize them. Work with us while we work with you. I'm also recommending, Commissioner and Minister, given the fact that our colleagues are being exposed unduly to a number of critical incidents on the thoroughfares, that every single service vehicle in today's world in Jamaica should be equipped with a first aid kit. We cannot allow for our members to be out there expecting them to be EMTs, but they don't have any glove or any material to treat with those who are injured. But we are to stir response to duties call. We are not unwilling, Minister and Commissioner. We are humble servants, and we believe that our rights are to be protected. Just give us the resources. Madam PS, I'm sure that you will ensure that this is remedied. Commissioner, the Convalescent Center is close to our heart. It's a project of the Jamaica Police Federation, and the members there matters most to us. The Oversight Committee, Commissioner, the appointment of a chairman for the effective oversight monitoring has not been completed yet, and I'm beseeching you, sir. I know that Mr. Stewart was tasked and should be working on it. Let us get it done in 2023, 2024. The other thing that regards the Convalescent Center that I'm imploring you, Commissioner, it is that the documentation that outlines the composition of the medical team as well as nursing staff has been clearly defined. And we are now aware that the home is without a registered nurse assigned specifically at the Conval Center. It is unacceptable, Commissioner, and I beseech you to remedy that in short order, sir. The registered nurse that was there was reliable. Through the force orders, transferred to serve elsewhere. Minister, the cost that we continue to incur because there is absolutely no ambulances within the consular force now working, safe and except for the retrofitted one at the Conval Center. Can you ensure that this is hastened and for us to get these ambulances in 2023 in the first half of the financial year? We are beseeching you, Minister. Too many of our members continue to languish at medical facilities, and we have to offset this through private arrangement with ambulance services across the island. We have EMTs and first aiders that were trained to man these units, and they are sitting idling because there is no ambulance to drive, Minister. Another recommendation, Minister, Commissioner. We have a number of service vehicles that are involved in service accidents, and for which the police is not complicit or liable. However, these files continue to sit and gather dust at the Attorney General's chamber, and the force continues to operate with depleting fleets, while the insurance companies continues to utilize funds that should be claimed by the government to enable the replacement of the fleet of vehicles so that the people of Jamaica can benefit. Minister, Commissioner, I beseech you to ensure that the Attorney General Department acts on these files, that we can no longer complain about the shortage of vehicles, and the insurance company can no longer benefit from the people of Jamaica funding that they are sitting on. Colleagues, in everything that we do, and I determined that I would not speak long in this forum today because I want a conference that encourages that conversation, and I believe that we are doing well in conversing with not only our minister and our high command, but our wider stakeholder. And it is befitting of the work and the confidence vested that you are seeing the level of private citizens' engagement and partnership taking place. It is not by coincidence that you are seeing the number of sponsors. Even while it is that we were journeying here, there were persons calling to say to us, how can we be a part of the Federation's conference? Because we believe that you are a product that has now grown into maturity, and for Jamaica to be able to see the greater good and the greater light of us, other people, other force, trending in a direction to make Jamaica safe and secure. But this cannot be done by the members alone. Commissioner, I don't believe that any of our members should be transferred anywhere at all out of victimization, whether by senior officers in divisions, and it is taking place, whether by sexual harassment, it is taking place. And all that we are simply saying, it needs to stop. The Federation is going to move full speed ahead to expose those who believe that they can utilize the office to embarrass the JCF. We are a force for good, and nothing will tarnish that image. If the Commissioner says that, we must believe to achieve. The simple charge to us as delegates in this conference, I am happy of being bestowed and vested with the confidence to have led you in 2022-2023. I'm also happy at the numerous challenges you, my masters, have challenged us as a central committee. And for that, I've gained a wealth of experience and knowledge that afforded me the opportunity when I visited the Central Conference of Caribbean Federation of Police Welfare Association recently in St. Lucia. I was voted in as president of CFPWA, the first time a Jamaican has ever been elected in that position. Notwithstanding, colleagues, there are some challenges that are being mounted with that ascension. I don't mind. One day Busher is Busher. The very fact that they can identify with the level of service delivery that this Jamaica Police Federation has led with is a distinction of acknowledgement and a vision of purpose. So it is incumbent on us as a team to now identify and associate with the product, brand JCF, brand JPF, and brand Jamaica, that we can move this vision from a position of not only purpose to fulfillment. If unity is to be real, and we must stand the severest strain without breaking, this is the time that I urge the rank and file membership to stand without breaking, to stand on a premise of fulfillment, because the darkest part of night is just before dawn. And I believe what you are about to witness is an unterritorial and unprecedented era of stewardship that you will be further proud of. I could not and would not, and it would be remiss of me, if I stand here and did not ask the members of my central committee to stand and take a bow, because you have done it in fine style. Committee members, please take a bow. Colleagues, home is never normally pretty at best. But when it is that you can agree to disagree and get the desired result, then it means that maturity and growth is taking place. When persons believe that I am adversarial, they must learn that there are dynamics that they will need to adapt. And in extrapolating from best practices across the region, having gotten that exposure, it has taken us to a position and a platform where we can indeed hold true to account and to deliver on whatever it is that we say that we are going to do. Last year when we went into retreat, we gave ourselves a number of indicators that we should measure ourselves by and to report to the membership. And for the 2023 calendar year, the Police Federation have delivered beyond a shadow of a doubt, and I'm proud to stand tall as your chairman. I will close by asking Inspector Kamal, I'll ask you to close this chapter with Busy Signal Amazing for me, please. Colleagues, a few housekeeping matters before we go to lunch. I'm going to invite a motion for lunch to be brought at this time and for the address of our Minister of National Security and our Commissioner to be taken after lunch. Remember, I did promise that we are going to be trying as best as possible to ensure that conference is held within the specified time schedule, and since we are on the back foot, we are seeking to make up grounds. So I'm not asking you to cut and swallow too fast, but as your grandmother would say, if you can do it and come back quick now. All right? So at this time, I'm going to invite a motion for lunch to be taken and for us to return within an hour time. Yeah, man, the commissioner would speak, would have spoken after lunch. The motion. May I have a second? Thanks, Madam Stewart. Thank you very much, Madam. I'm going to ask our moderator to grace the food meals that we are about to partake of prior to the break.
Can we just bow our heads as we ask the Lord's blessing on that we're about to receive? Father, we thank you for this conference. We thank you for life, health, and strength. And as we're about to depart from this room to partake of that which is provided, we ask that you bless it to our bodies. In Jesus Christ's name, amen and amen.
So, colleagues, it is now 1:15 p.m. We return 2:15 to seek to complete the agenda. Beanie.